Okay, we are live.
All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Township of Georgian Bay Planning Council meeting for Tuesday, February 15th, 2022. We're glad you're all here, and I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9 a.m., please. In the spirit of reconciliation, we wish to acknowledge the enduring relationship between Indigenous peoples and the territories they traditionally occupied. We recognize and deeply appreciate the historic connection they have had to this place, the land, the water, the sky, and all that live on, in, and above it. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have taken care of this place and who continue to care for this place. And we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today. May they guide our decisions and our actions. We commit to learn, to educate, to honor sacred places, and to take action towards real truth and reconciliation. Miigwech. Council, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest or conflict of interest or anything along those lines? Councillor Cooper.
Not a conflict of interest, but new business.
You want to add a new business item? Well, then I'll get to the next item on our agenda, which is adopting an agenda.
Okay, thank you.
I appreciate the keenness and enthusiasm. Okay. Now you've thrown me completely off, so I have to flip the page. And I have moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved, the council adopts the planning agenda of February 15th, 2022 as perhaps amended, Councillor Cooper?
Thank you, and I apologize for throwing you off. It's obviously
Hey, we're back.
It's very difficult to throw you off, but anyway. Yeah, just a note that came in this morning, and I know it's probably committee of the whole, but it's sort of a planning issue as well. There's a message that came in from our acting CAO regarding wetland protection.
Mm-hmm.
And I would, just so that we don't have to sort of wait for another month, I'd like to understand a couple of things about that funding. So I wondered if our CAO could just comment on that when we get to new business.
All right, it's been added.
Thank you.
Any other changes to the agenda, Council? With that, with my resolution as amended, all those in favor? And that is carried. This morning, there's a public meeting scheduled for 2 Shore Road closing applications. I will briefly summarize the procedure to be utilized for the meeting. First, the clerk will advise council as to when, how, and to whom notice of the public meeting was circulated for the proposed Shore Road closings being considered. Next, staff will advise of the purpose and effect of the bylaw and provide for any other information that is relevant to the applications, and staff will summarize any correspondence on file. From there, the public will have an opportunity to speak and provide comments to the bylaw being considered. Please be respectful of time and be concise with your comments. All commentators are requested to state their name and address for the record. Council will then have an opportunity to provide comments for clarification. I now declare this meeting to be a public meeting pursuant to the Municipal Act of 2001, C-25, as amended to deal with the following proposed Shore Road closing bylaws. First one is SRC R21-07 for 12494 Georgian Bay Shore. And the second one is for R21-15 for 585 Georgian Bay Shore. To our clerk.
Notice of today's public meeting was published in a newspaper, and notice was sent to the abutting neighbors in close proximity of the property at least 20 days prior to today's meeting.
And to our staff, I believe Ms. Levesque is handling the first file. Over to you, Ms. Levesque.
Perfect. I'm just going to share my screen. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, the first application this morning is R2107 for 12494 Georgian Bay Shore. The shore road allowance has been requested by the applicants to allow for future development. The shore road allowance for part 1 is 811 square meters at a cost of $8 per square meter for a purchase price of $6,488 plus HST. The shore road allowance was received on May 18th, 2021. The property is zoned shoreline residential type 1. There is one open building permit on file for a sunroom and a deck and one open minor variance application. Here's a location map of the subject lands, as well as an aerial view and the site plan and the survey. So Paul Kelsey is in attendance this morning. So if you have any questions for himself or me, feel free to ask. And I'm just going to bring Paul over now.
All right, thank you very much. We'll wait to see whether the applicant has any additional comments to make.
I don't have anything further to add, but I'm just thankful to have the shore road being submitted for approval.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sensing that we don't have any members of the public that have asked to speak to this matter.
No
Not that
members
you're
are
aware of.
registered.
All right. Council, anyone have any questions or comments or inquiries? Councilor Wienko, please.
Thank you. You said there was a couple of open permits for patio, whatever it was. You said there was one minor variance. What's that minor variance for?
The minor variance is for increased lot coverage to build an addition to the existing dwelling.
And so, and this would go into the shore road allowances? Is that why he's buying it, or do we know for sure?
Through your worship to Councillor Wienko, I believe the addition will be encroaching onto the road allowance. I think that's why he had to purchase the road allowance first prior to the minor variance going forward.
Okay. Are there any other inquiries with regards to this matter? I'll read the resolution. It's moved by Councilor Wienko, seconded by Councilor Bocheck. Be it resolved, the council passed a closing bylaw 2022-013 to stop up, close, and convey part of the original shore road allowance in front of lot 32, concession 13, Baxter, being part 1 of 35R-2669-8, now in the township of Georgian Bay, known as 12494 Georgian Bay Shore, for the purchase price of $6,488 plus HST, and that council passed a deeming bylaw 2022-014 to deem part of Plan M-111 in the former township of Baxter, now in the township of Georgian Bay, not to be a registered plan of subdivision for the purpose of the Planning Act, RSO 1990 CP 13 S50 bracket 3. Any further comments? All those in favor? And that is carried. Mr. Kelsey, you've obtained the approval you're after.
Thank you.
You're
Have a
welcome.
good day. Bye-bye.
You as well.
Mr. Mayor, can I just comment that I really appreciate being able to get documents that I can blow up and have a good look at in detail. It's nice for a change. So thank you, Planning Department.
Or isn't this the clerk's department that's handling this, and Ms. Levesque?
And Clerk's Department, excuse me.
X of the planning department, perhaps? Or
And if I may add, the planning department will also be providing PDFs that can be zoomed in today.
There we go.
Thank you.
there we go. Okay, and with that, let's go on to the next one, which is in regards to 585 Georgian Bay Road. Over, is you as well, Ms. Levesque?
Yes, that's correct.
And, okay.
Okay, so the next application is for R21-15 for 585 Georgian Bay Road. The shore road allowance has been requested by the applicants to allow for future development. The shore road allowance for part 1 is 1,938.5 square meters at a cost of $8 per square meter for a purchase price of $15,508 plus HST. The application was received on October 4th, 2021. The property is zoned marine commercial type 1 with an exception, as well as environmental protection, provincially significant wetland. And there are no open building permits on file. We have the subject lands location map here, as well as an aerial view. As you can see on the site plan, there are multiple structures located on the road allowance. And we have the survey. Paul Elgar is here this morning if you have any questions for himself. And I will just bring over Paul now.
Thank you. Mr. Elgar, welcome to the Planning Council. Do you have any additional comments you'd like to make in regard to this application? I'm going to say no, but if you change your mind, Mr. Elgar, just speak up, please. Council, any questions or comments on this application? Councilor Rains.
I thought I had already turned all the things on.
Oh, okay. Mr. Elgar, did you want to make any additional comments before I turn it over to council?
Yes, a couple briefly. When Ms. Levesque read out the zoning, she said it was commercial. And I believe I'm just shoreline residential, firstly. And my other comment is in the area calculation of the shore road allowance. When I look at the survey, it looks like the shore road that the surveyors have drawn encroaches onto land I already own. And I'm just questioning how they arrive at that being part of my application to purchase.
So are you questioning the boundary between the shore road allowance and the, I'll call it the.
And my existing property.
So I will, through your worship, I will comment on the zoning. I was provided that zoning information from the planning department for my report. So maybe Dr. Espilla would be able to confirm the zoning, or Joshua here if they have a moment. And then as per the survey, before the survey is deposited, the applicant, staff, and our legal team do have an opportunity to review the survey for any issues that arise or discrepancies. So I'm not sure, Mr. Elgar, if you had issues with the boundary lines previously, if they were identified with your surveyor.
No, I haven't had any issue with them before, but they, as they've been drawn in an irregular shape that is not what I understand to be my property lines. Like, why is that? And it's a pretty minor issue, really. It only comes down to the area that I'm paying for, but.
If it's easier, would you prefer me to share my screen so you can identify where you're having issues with the survey? Okay, I will share my screen. Apologize there. I have to start from the beginning.
There, that one. So in that image of the survey, where the above the word original, there's a straight line between the two pins at my 66-foot marking, which is, in my view, the property line that I own. And so that portion of the shore road that is on, what is that, part 6, I already own that. And so I'm wondering why they draw that 66-foot line so irregularly when it, for the last 60 odd years, it's been a nice straight line.
Dr. Espilla. You are muted, Dr. Espilla.
My apologies for muting. Thank you, Mayor Coots here. I can confirm that the zoning for the subject property is CM 1-2, so that's marine commercial 1-2.
Well, when did that change? Because I'm in the process of applying for a building permit and they're telling me my shore road, my zoning is SR1 and giving me all the rules I have to comply with for SR1. If I knew I could build a business here, that would be a different matter.
And when I look at the zoning, the zoning bylaw maps, this particular property is indicated as residential, not commercial.
The address that we have, if we could just confirm, 585 Georgian Bay Road.
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm looking at the GeoHub. Just did a quick look at it.
He used to have commercial on 3 sides of his property, and now it's 2 sides of his property. But
That's right. I mean, I did buy one of these vacant lots. Was it part of the marina, and it was commercial when we bought those lots? Is that what's happened? But as I understood it, we merged our 3 lots into one residential lot.
and that's what the zoning map shows.
Okay. The zoning map is the official authority rather than the GeoHub. So the shoreline residential type 1 information on the zoning map takes precedence.
Okay,
Yeah,
because
that's what I understand.
yeah, I checked that when I saw this because I didn't think the zoning was correct, and I checked with the zoning map, and it definitely shows it as residential, shoreline residential.
And then that is our authority for the zoning.
Okay. All right, so back to the original question, if we may, and that is the difference between the straight line shore versus the, I'll call it original shore road allowance. I don't know which does Mr. Elgar own that little, so I'll call it the straight line slice, or does he actually only own up to the solid line that's been indicated on the survey?
So this is something that will have to be confirmed with the surveyors that were retained. So unfortunately, I can't provide an answer at this time.
All right, that only really changes the area that I'm having to pay for. I mean, it's not a big deal in terms of any decisions that need to be made about it. I just was questioning that. So I'll get onto my surveyor to ask why that line is like that. And we can sort that out another time.
All right. Council, I had Councilors Wienko, Jarvis, and now Cooper who want to make some comments. So I'll start with Councilor Wienko, please.
Yeah, I noticed that your cottage is not on the survey, so that's something that hopefully we can correct in the future application. But I'm wondering about the structures on the shore road allowance. It looks like there's 2 structures plus, well, this survey has 1 dock, but the picture has 2 docks. So can you clarify how many docks you have and what those structures are?
There's 1 dock now. There used to be 2. Mother Nature took care of the other one for me. And we have 2 buildings. One is our full-time residence and the other was formerly a guest cabin and now is just a large shed, which is scheduled to be removed.
Okay, but the picture, the aerial shot shows some kind of structure in the middle of the property. I don't know if you maybe go to your aerial picture that you have there, Sydney. You can see a structure in the middle. What's that? If it's not the cottage.
I can't see the picture at the moment, so.
Yeah.
We do also have a couple of sheds up on the driveway area that weren't put on the survey.
Everyone see my screen?
No,
Yeah.
can you go to the aerial shot?
Aerial view.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah, what's that? Is there a structure in the middle of the property there?
There is a small shed on the driveway, where that hand is. That's a shed. It's about, I think it's like 12 by 14 feet shed that was there when I moved in. There's another one a little bit in the bush. Both of those could come down. They're almost junk.
Okay.
And
So basically, your cottage is basically just a few meters from the water there. Then
right in front of the dock, yeah,
Yeah.
is our cottage. That must be a fairly old image with the second dock in it like that. We lost that dock probably 5 years ago when the water got really high.
Okay, Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you. My is with regards to going back to the zoning. Here, it states up in the report, yeah, in the analysis, the property is zone marine commercial type, which we've just clarified is shoreline residential, with environmental protection, provincially significant wetland. So where's the PSW in relation to the property, and what effect will that have on any further development on the property?
Through your worship to Councillor Jarvis, I'll pass this question on to Dr. Espilla. Again, I was provided the zoning information from the planning department.
I can share the screen, please, or I'll share my screen now for everybody just to put up the GeoHub. Oh, if I can get access to that, please.
You should have access.
Okay, thank you. So just for clarification, if you can see this blue dot, that incorrectly shows the property. The property is actually right here. When we do the search for 585 Georgian Bay, that's the source of that issue for the zoning. The provincially significant wetland is to the east of the property in the water course.
Right in the channel, yeah.
In the channel, there's two of them here.
So what would the net effect be on this any development on this property, Dr. Spilla?
So municipalities are required to follow the provincial policy statement, and that would require an environmental impact study be done that demonstrates no negative impact on the provincially significant wetland, and that would be at the entire cost of the applicant to pursue that
Further. And I presume the dock that already exists is, because it already exists, is not affected by the fact that it's obviously reaching out into EPPSW, correct?
If it's existing, there won't be an issue.
Yeah.
If there were to be repairs, there need to be some sort of guarantee in place that there would be no negative impact done, or the impact would have to be mitigated to the PSW as part of any repair work or replacement work.
Okay. And again, I suppose the same sort of report would be required if any further development was to be done on shore. Would that be correct? Like a cottage?
If it's within 120 meters of the PPS, my suggestion is that any study would address all possible developments rather than having to go through multiple studies.
Sure. Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I'll stop sharing now.
All right, thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. Could we bring up the survey, please? Sydney? Could you zoom in, please?
Mhm.
So when I look at this survey, it says water's edge. We use the high water mark. Can you explain why it says water's edge?
Through your worship to Councillor Cooper, I believe Ms. Way wants to make some comments.
Ms. Way, sorry, I didn't see your hand when you're such a small
Sorry.
screen.
Don't mean to interrupt Ms. Levesque here, but the high water mark is used for planning applications and it's not specific within our show road policy, depending on the water body that it's located on. And so the surveyors are aware of our regulations.
Excuse me, but all surveys are supposed to show the high water mark, not the water's edge. This shows the water's edge. And frankly, we should be measuring from the high water mark, not the water's edge. Thank you.
Yeah, the survey was done when the water was pretty high, so I expect that water's edge is pretty close to where the high water mark actually should be recorded. That's on older drawings I've had of the property. It certainly showed a high water mark rather than that water's edge mark.
If I could have
And
clarification,
Ms. Levesque,
Dr. Aspola, I think our bylaws say water's edge for all surveys, or sorry, high water mark for all surveys. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Coots, here to Councillor Cooper. For planning and building department applications, we do require the high water mark. I can't speak as to what requirements are for surveys for other departments.
Ms. Levesque, yeah, I think I saw your hand earlier.
Yes, through your worship. I just wanted to mention here to the applicant that if he has any issues with the survey, we won't be able to pass the bylaw today because the bylaw is specific to the reference plan that was registered with the land registry office. So I just wanted to mention that if you were wanting to go back to your surveyor to make any revisions or potential revisions, they would have to redeposit the plan with the land registry office, which could result in giving a different R number. So we would have to bring this application back to council. So I just wanted to let you know that if you have issues with the survey today, we can't pass the bylaw.
Councillor Hazelton, followed by Councillor Vocek.
Thank you, Mayor Kutzer. I just wanted to reinforce what Councillor Cooper said. We have a bylaw that was passed within the last 2 years that explicitly states that on Georgian Bay, the shore road allowance is to be measured from the 177.4 measurement, not water level at any time. So it may be high water mark on all the inland lakes, but on Georgian Bay, the bylaw explicitly states that we measure it from the 177.4 number. And the surveyors should know that. I would be disappointed if they didn't and measured the wrong number. But if we don't know the bylaw, then we need to go and find it because it was passed in the last 2 years. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor, let's go to Dr. Espilla and Ms. Levesque, and then we'll go to Councillor Vocek.
Thank you, Mayor Coots here. Just further to Councillor Hazelton's comments and Councillor Cooper's comments, we do have policies in the official plan that indicate what they have just stated. So the information that they have stated with respect to the high water mark on Georgian Bay is factual.
Ms. Levesque.
Your worship, I was just reviewing the survey here and it does say the elevation of the water's edge that was measured as 176.7, just to make that comment.
Okay, so the high water mark would be a little bit above it, shall I put it that way, than what is drawn on this survey. All right. Councillor Vocek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for my own clarity, I thought that the high water mark on a survey was used for setbacks. in the building envelope or when seeking approval to do development. When we're simply looking at us selling the Shore Road allowance, why would that high watermark have anything to do with it? It certainly would have something to do with development or building envelopes. But for the sale of that designated area and the square footage, I don't think changes regardless of the high watermark.
Well, if I may, in the prior example, the high water mark and the Shore Road, the water level was indicated. And because the high water mark ended up with a slightly lower price, if I can put it that way, in the prior example, because there's a little less area covered. So in this case, Mr. Elgar would be paying a lower price if we only sold down to the high water mark.
Thank you for the clarity.
Yeah, I think that would also straighten out the line on the other side, since my understanding is that those lines were originally made from 66 feet back from the high water mark.
And I think Councillor Cooper wanted to reinforce that point. Councillor Cooper?
I did, and I would just like to add that it's been determined previously that the township is only allowed to sell land above the high water mark. Everything under the high water mark is crown land. That's what we've discussed, I think, a number of times. So this, I'm sorry, but I don't think the surveyor completed the work exactly as it should have been. So that would need to be corrected.
That's right.
In my view. Thank you. And I think frankly, for Mr. Elgar, I think he could go to his surveyor and simply say, these are the rules of the Township of Georgian Bay. You should know them. That's part of your job, and measure correctly. Thank you.
Dr. Spilla.
Thank you, Mayor Coots here. It may be in the applicant's interest to get the survey updated to show the high water mark in advance of any potential planning act or building code applications that may be coming forward. It'll help expedite the process a bit.
Councillor Bocek, have we heard from you yet? Okay. You know how I sometimes skip over people unintentionally. Councillor Douglas, you haven't spoken yet.
Good morning, everyone. I'm just wondering if you need to get a new survey done, as is being suggested here, to correct the high water mark. Perhaps they plot the buildings on that are on the property at the same time, so we have a full picture.
There is a survey that includes the buildings.
Are we not missing some of the, are we not missing some of the structures though? I'm sorry, I just got a glimpse at it when I came on. Are there some structures that aren't there, that are the old sheds and the dock?
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but I'm just saying if you're doing that, you might want to put that on there for future reference.
All right, so I think where we're headed is to perhaps defer this application so some additional information can be achieved. Dr. Spill, you want to make an additional comment?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I would suggest to the applicant that before they go and prepare an additional survey or any amendments to the survey, that they reach out to my department, and we'll provide the information that should be included on the survey in it. So just so that there's no headaches with respect to when it comes time to any future applications.
I understand we had to provide a site survey for the applications that would be different from this survey of the Shore Road. But I mean, we should show the same things as far as where lines are.
We can talk about the specifics
for
following
sure.
the meeting.
So Mr. Elgar, I think the best thing for us to do at this point is to defer this application until some of these.
It would seem that the survey is not what it should have been, both from your point of view and mine. So I will have to get that redressed and do this again, I suppose.
I think that's would probably be best for everyone.
Fair enough.
Councilor Bocek?
And further to Mr. Aspila's statement, I would suggest that you get in contact with his office as soon as possible, because we may be able to bring this back, without waiting till the summer. We might be able to get it back pretty quick if you respond to that.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in touch with the office for sure. I've been trying to do what they've told me I need to do, and it was get a survey of this and have them deposited. I expected the surveyor, as you said, being professional, should know what they're supposed to provide. I don't know what they're supposed to provide, certainly. I'll be in touch immediately with the surveyor and with the planning department, et cetera.
Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. Yeah, just some coaching from a counselor, if I may. You've heard about a couple of comments about these other buildings that are on there. You may find it useful if you're talking to your surveyor to not only deal with the shore road allowance levels and elevations and so on, but ultimately you're likely going to be asked to do a site plan, because it seems that we always ask people to do site plans. And if your surveyor were to put all your structures, including vinyl sheds and other things, on the site plan, then you have a complete document that makes it so much easier for you to take the next step. So you might want to include that as your conversation with a surveyor, in addition to whatever coaching you get from the planning department.
Fair enough.
Okay. Well, sorry to frustrate you having to go through extra steps, Mr. Elgar, but I think your next step is talk to.
Every time I try to make an application, all the rules have changed. It's been an ongoing process for many years. The environmentally protected water happened since we've been here, and the dock and everything else has been there a long time before that. Now we have to jump through a bunch of hoops for that too. But we'll make it happen, because this house isn't going to last too much longer for us here. We need something else.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for your patience.
Good. Thank you.
All right. So I think we've all agreed that we will defer this item. I don't know if somebody wants me to call a vote on that. I don't know. I can't remember our newest procedures whether I have to call a vote.
I believe the
Your
mayor
worship,
has the right.
Under the new procedures, you have to call a vote to defer the application, or you can call a vote to refer it back to staff for further information.
And I'm never clear the difference between refer and defer, because either way, we're not making a decision today.
Refer means that you require more information. Defer means you're not in a position to make a decision.
And in this case, both are true. We can't make a decision because we need more information. So all those in favor of referring and or deferring this, please raise your hand. I think we're all in agreement.
I'll take the reefer.
Okay, that ends the Municipal Act public meetings portion of our meeting. And now we're going to go to the Planning Act public meetings portion, which means I get to read another speech. This morning, there is a public meeting scheduled for four proposed bylaw amendments and one official, or is it, no, three proposed zoning bylaw amendments and one official. I can get me numbers right. This morning, there's a public meeting scheduled for four proposed zoning bylaw amendments and one official plan amendment. I will briefly summarize the procedures to be utilized for the meeting. First, the clerk will advise council as to when, how, and to whom notice of the public meeting was circulated for the proposed amendments being considered. The clerk will also advise of the appeal procedures. Next, staff will advise of the purpose and effect of the bylaws and provide any other information that is relevant to the applications, and the clerk will summarize any correspondence on file. From there, the public will have an opportunity to provide comments on the amendments being considered. Please be respectful of time and be concise with your comments. All commentators are requested to state their name and address for the record. After the public discussion, the public meeting will be closed. Council will then have an opportunity to provide comments for clarification. I now declare this meeting to be a public meeting pursuant to Section 34 of the Planning Act to deal with the following proposed amendments. Z2105 for Fair Hall, Z21-15 for Barker, O21-02 and Z21-18 for Smith and Z21-01 for Robson. Councillor Bocheck, you want to make a comment before we go over to the clerk? I'll take.
No, I'm sorry, my hand was up by
Okay.
mistake.
All right, just one. Yeah. To our clerk.
Notice of the public meeting was sent by first-class mail to the respective owners and assessed persons within 120 to 800 meters of the property subject to the proposed applications, and to those persons and agencies likely to have an interest in the applications. These notices were sent at least 30 days prior to this morning's meeting. Included in each notice was an explanation of the purpose of the effect in the proposed applications and a key map showing the location of the properties or description of the lands to be affected by the proposed amendments. Other relevant information may also have been provided. These circulations were all provided in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and the Township of Georgian Bay Official Plan. Members of the public are advised at this point that unless they make an oral or written submission to council before council makes a decision on these applications, that any subsequent appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal may be dismissed by the tribunal. Anyone who wishes to be notified of council's decision respecting the proposed zoning bylaw amendments must submit a written request to the planning department.
All right, thank you very much for that. And our first application is with regards to Z21-05, and I believe we have a couple of our planning consultants who are going to present this. Ms. Reed and Mr. Rowe. I trust somebody's going to be bringing them into the meeting. Good. I see that positive head nod.
All right. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Ms. Reed, good morning.
Morning. So I'm just going to share my screen. So I have the presentation up, and again, can everyone see it?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. So I'll be speaking to application Z2105. This is for 108 Silver Sands Lake Road. So the applicant is Katrina Fairhall. Her agent is John Jackson. Again, the address is 108 Silver Sands Lake Road. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment has been submitted to rezone the subject lands from open space 1 to rural, and this is to permit the construction of a single detached dwelling. So I'm just going to provide some background on this file, as it did go to Planning Council previously in November 2021, where the application was deferred as we needed to get some more information and provide that to Council. So again, they're looking to rezone the property from open space 1 to rural. There is some land that's zoned environmental protection wetland, and that portion would remain unchanged based off what the applicant has submitted. The effect is to construct a dwelling. A technical memorandum was submitted with the initial application. Our staff recommendation that was provided to Planning Council back in November was to rezone the northeast portion of the property to rural exception holding. The exception is to recognize the reduced lot area of 3.4 hectares, where the zoning bylaw requires a minimum lot area of 10 hectares for the rural zone. The holding provision is to be removed by council when a compatibility study demonstrating the appropriate relationship between the proposed residential use and the adjacent industrial use is completed. This comes from both the township official plan and comments that were received from the district. So the township official plan does require a minimum separation distance of 1,000 meters between industrial use and residential use. Can be reduced subject to a compatibility study. And then again, comments received from the district did recommend deferral of the actual application until a compatibility study is submitted, and we do think through the holding zone that satisfies that concern. We also recommended setbacks, which are listed there on the screen, essentially creating a building envelope for where the dwelling could be permitted, and this is because of the adjacent industrial use as well as some wetland features on the property. So I do have an image in some subsequent slides which will provide a little bit more clarification on that. And then also that the wetland features and their associated buffer be rezoned to open space 1 exception and environmental protection wetland exception to not permit any form of development or site alteration. And again, that came from a comment that was provided by the district, which just wanted to further restrict that land from any form of development and site alteration. So here is the location map of the subject lands. This is an aerial image and it provides a bit more detail. So I'm bringing my mouse onto the screen. I don't know if you can see it, but there is some green area which shows wetland on the property. Just north of the subject property, there's an active pit. There's 2 active pits. There's a yellow box which shows approximately the location of the dwelling on the property. This is a copy of the ecosite map that was provided in the technical memorandum that was submitted by FRI or FRI Ecological Services. So they demonstrate where the wetland features are on the property, and they recommended a 120-meter setback for any development. So essentially the blue area on the property is where development could occur. The rest of the property development should not occur because of the wetland features. This is a copy of the schedule with the proposed amendments over top that was provided to council back in November. So you could see this northeast corner of the site is to be rezoned to rural exception holding. And then again, some of the open space and environmental protection wetland with that exception to further restrict development. Here's a copy of the site plan that was submitted. In terms of policy framework, under the PPS, it's considered rural area. In the district official plan, it's also rural area, as well as the township official plan. And then in the zoning bylaw, we have that OS1 and that EPW zone. So the application was deferred in November as more information was requested by Planning Council. So I'm just going to briefly go over all of those. Firstly, there was some concern with respect to an entrance off of Lake Joseph Road that is under the jurisdiction of MTO. So we did confirm that there's an existing entrance. They are okay with the landowner utilizing that entrance. They note that there may be some upgrades that are required in order to meet their standards, but that's a conversation they could have following the decision of this. But ultimately, they are okay with an entrance off of that road and utilizing that existing entrance. Secondly, there was just some confirmation regarding the area to be rezoned. So I did update the schedule to essentially move back that proposed rural exception holding zone to ensure that the proposed dwelling and septic system is on that portion of the property. And what this did was increase that lot area from 3.4 hectares to 4.8 hectares. It's still undersized for what the rural zone requires, but it has been updated. So I have a copy of that schedule here. I have in orange, that's the approximate location of the dwelling, and then the septic system is just a little bit further back. In terms of a land use compatibility study, so I did reach out, excuse me, to the Ministry of Northern Development, Mines, Natural Resource and Forestry, a bit of a mouthful there. So they did confirm that the pit maintains an active license. They also said that they have not received any indication with respect to surrendering that license, and there's nothing outstanding on the property. So the landowner can resume pit activity at any time. And they did, and again, so we are still recommending that that land use compatibility study be required through the holding zone to ensure conformity with the official plan. And lastly, there was some comments with respect to reducing township liability should the proposed dwelling be permitted on the property. So John Jackson, again, the agent of the applicant, provided a clause which could be registered on title. We had it reviewed by the township solicitors and have confirmed that it is a good alternative should council not want to go forward with staff recommendation with respect to the rural exception holding zone. So I don't have a copy of up on the screen, but that clause is provided in the supplementary report. And again, it has been reviewed by the township solicitors and they do believe it removes township liability. So essentially our recommendation remains the same. It is to rezone that northeast portion of the site to rural exception with the holding zone. The difference here is that that exception zone would recognize the reduced lot area of 4.8 hectares instead of previously 3.4 hectares. We're still recommending the holding zone, which could be removed pending the submission of a compatibility study, demonstrating the appropriate relationship between the proposed dwelling and the industrial use. We are still recommending the specific setbacks to ensure that development doesn't encroach towards the industrial use or towards the wetland features on the property, and that the OS1 and EPW zones be rezoned further to not permit any development or site alteration. So that concludes my presentation for this application. I'm going to stop sharing my screen and I can answer any questions at this time. Thank you.
My turn to be muted when I try to speak. I'm wondering whether there's either the applicant or any members of the public that wish to speak to this application. I see we have at least one hand up in the participants list. Okay.
Hello,
I see.
council, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Can you
Hi.
please identify yourself?
Yes, one quick second here. Sorry about this. My name is Jamie Steele. I'm from 2687019 Ontario Corporation. My address is 28 Clear Lake Road, Seguin, Ontario. I am a land developer and a friend of Katrina Fairhall and Andrew Morgan, and have been asked to speak on their behalf today because John Jackson is away on business, and I offered some assistance with speaking to council.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I just have a few comments I would like to make just to present to yourself, council, and the town officiants, if I'm able to.
Please go ahead.
It is my understanding that the Fairhall Morgan application has come down to the Township of Georgian Bay requesting the compatibility report, obviously because it doesn't meet the minimum 1,000-meter setback to an active aggregate pit. This is the only portion that they haven't offered yet to date. Katrina Fairhall and Andrew Morgan have been trying to rezone this property for almost a year now to build their permanent home and have been cooperative with all of the township's requests until now. As they're obviously not an endless supply of money to do study after study, we are requesting that you accept their letter to go on title, understanding that yes, they are in conflict with the minimum setbacks to an aggregate pit. And please make this as the last acceptable measure to absolve the township of any liability so they can finally move forward. To also further ease the town's concerns, the aggregate pit in question is a Class B pit with a license to remove 200,000 tons a year with no blasting, crushing, or washing to occur. So as an aggregate pit as a whole, its impact on its immediate community is minimal. To strengthen our argument on this point, the property is not anything outside of the norm in its immediate relationship to the proximity to the aggregate pit. There are in fact 6 properties closer than the applicants. I can list them if you'd like. It's 7321 Lake Joseph Road, 7286 Lake Joseph Road, 7280 Lake Joseph Road, 7260 Lake Joseph Road, and 45 Tower Road, Georgian Bay Township. All of these properties range from 35.8 to 146 meters as measured on Google Maps to the aggregate pit, which is a clear indication that the Fairhall Morgan property is not anything outside of the typical community setting of living with an active aggregate pit. Furthermore, the property at 7280 Lake Joseph Road, with its proximity of 146 meters to the active pit, was just recently rezoned from open space to C3 commercials. Just to sort of say that, you know, what they're asking for isn't anything too crazy here. I guess the greatest point that we're trying to make here is these aren't wealthy land developers trying to profit from requesting these changes. They're a decent tax-paying family asking for your help to change the zoning without costing them additional funds, understanding that just the cost of building alone is a large enough burden without more studies that at this point do seem a little bit meaningless, just knowing how developed the area is around them and them being further away than the listed 6 properties that I've just mentioned. So they just asked me to speak and just kind of promote that, saying that by registering on title that they are aware that the pit's there. We're just requesting that this be enough that they're able to finally move forward. They have met all the environmental that's been requested, and this is the last one. And they just asked me to mention that it seems like a lot to ask for an additional study when there's all of these properties that are this close to them, when, like I said, their final goal is just to build their family home.
All right, Mr. Steele, thank you very much for your input. Ms. Way, are we aware of anyone else who may want to speak to this matter? I mean,
No,
I'm
Your
not seeing-
Worship.
I don't see any hands raised in that group. We have a large group of 22 attendees who aren't panelists, in case council is wondering. Okay, that means at this point, we turn it over to council and see what questions they have. And Mr. Steele, if you don't mind remaining with us in case some of those questions might be in your direction.
Yes, absolutely. I may be a little bit slow to respond just to have the report. I do have Mr. Morgan and Ms. Fairhall with me. So as the questions come, I may be a little bit slow to respond as we chat, but more than happy to give any input you may have.
We appreciate it. Thank you. And let's start with Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor Kutsier. And in general, I think this is a reasonable application, but I wanted to put a question to Dr. Aspola, and it's very picayune, but in any event, is the term open space not a term that we're not using anymore? It's actually natural state is my understanding. We basically changed everything that was open space to natural state. So does that make any difference? Do we really care? Does it affect the application with nomenclature that's been tossed out, so to speak?
Through you, Mayor Kutsier, to Councillor Cooper, open space is the name of the zone in the zoning bylaw 2014-75. And in my opinion, there's no issue with respect to the nomenclature that's been thrown around. But if we want to refer to it officially by the zoning bylaw, that perhaps would be the best.
So just for clarification, you're saying that open space and natural state are both in our official plan and zoning bylaws, and you can use either or?
For you, Mayor Kutsier, I recommend using the official wording that is in the official plan. If you're referring to the official plan to one of the land use designations or other designations, if you're referring to open space in the context of the zoning bylaw, open space also has a number of subzones associated with it. And I encourage using the appropriate wording per the corresponding document.
Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've reviewed this quite in depth, and I thought the first time it came around, there was no real reason to put up any roadblocks to this. I come from that industry. I know what a sand pit does. I especially know what an inactive sand pit does. In the future, the most that would ever happen there would be an excavator come in and dig and load trucks. There'd be no blasting and really no interference to the building envelope on that property as far as I'm concerned. I do have one question for Dr. Aspola, and that would be, with this letter that they're willing to register untitled, would that release the township of any responsibility of any damage caused by this application moving forward?
From Mayor Kutsier to Councillor Bocek, with respect to the letter, our township solicitors have reviewed the letter, and that is the correct understanding that you've just stated. The preferred option from administration is to place the hold pending the preparation of a compatibility study.
Okay. So you're saying you would like another study done. Our planning department would like another study done. Is that what you're saying?
Through Mayor Kutsier, the planning department is recommending that another study be prepared for consistency with the legislation that we are subject to. Yes.
Okay, I'll take that at your word. And I really don't see any problem with moving ahead. I've been up to the site. I've looked at it. This should be a no-brainer that they should be allowed to develop there. And if provincial laws are standing in their way, I think the provincial laws are wrong. I think this should be allowed to go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, I find myself in sympathy with the property owners and in agreement with Councillor Bocek on this. However, I think we don't want to have provide any exceptions to any future development. And if our program in place is that these studies need to be done, unfortunately, I think they need to be done. I too don't see any issue with what's being proposed here. And if council as a whole were agreeable to letting things move ahead with the letter that was put on file with regards to what was stated by Mr. Steele, then I'd be happy with that too. It boggles my mind at times that we have to go through these things, but I know that we've had issues in the past where people said, well, there's the exception, let's work with the exception as opposed to the rule, and I think the rules are there for a reason, so let's stick with them if we can.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas, please.
Thank you. I've actually been up to the site as well, and you know this property and what's going on over there. I don't personally. I think that I have no problem with the request as to go forward as is without the compatibility study, given that the letter has been supplied from the solicitor. I would have no problem with this going forward at all, but it depends on what all of council decides, I guess, today. I think these people have done due diligence, and I don't see a problem with this moving forward.
All right, thank you. Okay, I don't know if you see any other hands raised. I mean, I have one inquiry, and that would be, and maybe it's difficult to answer, but in regard to the compatibility study that staff are recommending, any idea as to how much it would cost and how long it would take? Dr. Spilla?
Sorry, we've been told from John Jackson, the planner, that we'd be looking at upwards of $5,000, which is a very, very large chunk for this family. And just the comments again is, yes, I do understand that you have the rules for the compatibility, but just please bear in mind with making your decision that this is not like they're setting up on, you know, the sand pits out in the middle of nowhere and they're building the first house by it. There is all these community members and families that live in the immediate area of it, and in fact closer, which, you know, I'm not sure what on a piece of paper the compatibility study would tell you different than people physically living there without any complaints or problems to date. So the $5,000 obviously would just be a very large cost to Morgan and Fairhall. So that's why we're asking that maybe we can look at the situation as a whole and maybe, you know, maybe make an exception for these people.
Thank you. Dr. Spilla.
Thank you, Mayor Kuchar. Before I was interrupted, I was about to say that the study, the order of magnitude that I would expect for this study would be in the $5,000 to $10,000 range. And we are talking about a type of natural feature here. We are talking about the environment. And that is something that this council has, that they have plenty of passion and interest in maintaining. And the feature that is in this pit, it is a natural feature. So I just want to leave that with Mayor and Council.
I'm going to respectfully disagree with you on this one, Dr. Spilla, because I don't consider aggregate pit a natural feature. I consider it an industrial use of nature, which is a slightly different angle. But I don't want to get too picky on that. I mean, I'm afraid I'm of the opinion, having been driven by the site a number of times, including the aggregate pit and this particular property. I'm a little concerned that sometimes I think we create red tape for people when it's the common sense approach would be, well, there's so many homes closer by, If they've survived this aggregate pit, why can't these folks survive it? So that's my, let me call it non-legal angle on all this. So I'm going to ask Councillor Cooper.
I would like to say that I tend to agree with you, but I would like to hear from Dr. Aspila as to the merits of this environmental feature. I'm failing to understand that.
So this is an existing, it is part of the earth. And as Mayor Kutsier I don't disagree with Mayor Kutsier that it would be an industrial use of the natural feature. That's a fair statement. Our obligation under the legislation is to protect these natural resources. And because they're natural, they take a long, and in this particular type, they take a long time to develop. It's an obligation that we have to protect these features.
Thank you for that. And it's I'm not sure that most of our council is concerned necessarily about. We're concerned about the environment. Not so sure about this type of feature, but anyway, thank you.
Councillor Bochek, followed by Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, I don't see how the applicants are responsible for the destruction of a natural feature that could happen down the road, not by them. This has nothing to do with them. If the aggregate pit decides to destroy the natural feature, that's the aggregate pit, not these people that are wanting to build. The protection of the environment is not based on their application. There'd be no destruction of the environment at the sand pit by them. The natural feature we're talking about is this sand pit. So I'm going to tend to agree with the mayor. We create our own red tape half of the time, and I will vote absolutely 100% in favor of this application going through.
Councillor Jarvis.
I think if we want to preserve the natural features, we should close the pit down. And that would solve a number of different problems for us. That pit is closer to the wetlands than the proposed development we're looking at here. I love the term mineral aggregate operations. I love the term because it really is just a gravel pit, and gravel pits in my mind I'm not keen on them anyway, but I'm finding myself in total agreement with comments already made and would be prepared to move ahead with this application with the letter proposed by Mr. Steele put on title.
I'm just noting, if I may, before I see any other hands, I don't see Councillor Wienko on screen. I don't know if we've heard anything from him. I know he was having connectivity issues yesterday. So I do remember some of his remarks in regard to this application back in November. Ms. Reed.
Thank you. I just want to respond to some of the comments that have been provided by the various members of council. So the land use compatibility study, this is direction that's provided both from the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks through their D-series guidelines, where we have a sensitive use encroaching on existing industrial uses, as well as policy that is provided in the township's official plan, which does require that 1,000 meter setback from industrial uses, which can be reduced subject to a land use compatibility study. The applicants through themselves, as well as through their agent and through Mr. Steele, have requested that that provision be removed. So we do have the clause which could be registered on title. I just want to ensure that we're using the clause that the township solicitors have modified. They have reviewed it and made some revisions to what they had initially proposed. So when we're talking about that clause, I just want to make sure that it is the one that the township solicitors have reviewed and it is provided in our report, as opposed to the one that is provided in their letter. Thank you.
Thank you. So, sorry, Councillor Jarvis, you wanted to make an additional remark?
Yeah, I just want to follow up on Ms. Reed's comments there, and I'm just wondering if Mr. Steele would be agreeable to the letter that our solicitors have provided as opposed to the letter that was initially stated by him.
Yes, the landowners are accepting of the letter that you proposed. They do have a current up-to-date one. And obviously, just back to the comments of the environment, they have agreed with everything that they can control within their bounds on their property, as we've seen on the maps, to continue to protect these sensitive wetland areas. So just want to bear in mind as well that the people that are applying for this are very conscious of the environment and have accepted all terms to maintain what they can on their property for the environment. And just notes on the compatibility study as well. You know, we are talking about a major highway like Joseph Road that even separates them to that neighboring property. So anything that sand pit does, I don't know how it could. It's not beside them, you know, it's not to the left, the right, behind them. There is a major road that separates them. So whatever that sand pit does, bearing in mind that there is no blasting, there is no crushing, there is no washing, its environmental impact on their property is almost nothing. So yes, they do have the letter, and I just wanted to reinforce that these people are respective to the environment.
And that leads me to one additional question, if I may, Ms. Reed or Dr. Spiller would like to answer this. The compatibility study that's required by various ministries from the province, does that make any distinction between aggregate pit that involves blasting and washing and whatever the other term was, versus an aggregate pit that is only a matter of, you know, loading up gravel or sand that's already there?
So to answer your question, Mayor Coutts here, the study is aimed at protecting the aggregate resource. So it doesn't distinguish between whether there's blasting. That would be something that would be that could be investigated as part of it, but the focus is to protect the aggregate resource.
Well, I'm sorry, it's beyond my imagination how this property is any threat to that resource. And I say that with all due respect to the provinces and their intentions and everything else, but somebody building a house down the road from an aggregate pit, I don't understand how this is in any way threatening. If the pit got so large that it started to swallow up houses, we'd have a whole different issue in front of us. And there'd be half a dozen houses to go first, apparently. So having said all that, the resolution that's in front of me is a resolution that we are basically approving a zoning bylaw amendment, but including a zoning that has a hold on it. And as council understands, that hold is won't be lifted until the compatibility study is provided. What I've not been provided is an alternative option, namely that we approve the zoning on the condition that this legal letter is included in the on the deed and all that. So I'm wondering, because I'm sensing that at least some of council, I don't know about all, but I think some council would prefer to go down the legal letter route, whether we need a new resolution crafted. And if the various professionals on screen could comment to that, I'd appreciate it. Ms. Reed, I'm going to volunteer you. Nobody
Yes.
else has jumped in ahead of you.
No problem. Thank you, Mayor Coutier. We do have one drafted with this alternative. You know, had an inkling that council might proceed this route, so I can email it to the clerk. I believe I have your email right now, perhaps, and then, or I can share my screen if you want to see it that way as well. What would you prefer, Ms. Way?
If you wouldn't mind doing that, we'd appreciate it.
If you could share your screen, and then I can always confirm the wording after.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so I have it up on my screen. Council, are you able to see it?
Yes,
Okay. So essentially we'd be rezoning the property to rural exception Oh wait, this part might have to be fixed. But it is a rural exception. We still have the hold. But that hold is to register the clause, however, and not for the land use compatibility study. And so
All
we
right,
have
so-
we have the text included in here, which was reviewed by the township solicitor.
All right, so in the resolution that I have in front of me, the first two paragraphs would remain the same. And then, but the third paragraph around the hold, we'd have to modify that the holding provision shall only be removed by council upon the, well, how should,
Subject to the registration on title of
title.
the following.
okay,
And we have kept that exception for the reduced lot area, as well as the setbacks, as well as the rezoning of the OS1 and EPW to not permit any development and site alterations. So are we good to that as well?
yeah, I don't think anyone has issues
Okay.
with the environmental zoning. I mean, it almost feels like suspenders and belt situation, but considering that council and the applicants are all in agreement that the environmental section of their property should be protected, should be left alone, shall we say. I don't think there's any issue in that part.
But could Aaron just scroll up so we can read that full statement in that column? I mean, the other way. The statement
way.
in
Yes.
yeah, column 6. I just haven't read the whole thing.
Yep.
Thank you.
Here,
It's
I'll
long,
try and
yeah.
I'll just extend it so we can try and get all of it on the screen. There we go.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
And Miss Way, I'm sending you a copy of it right now as well. Sorry.
So council, I'm just going to look to all of you. The impression I have from at least most of you is that you would like us to, I'll read the motion, the resolution with that hold in regard to this legal letter, I'm going to call it, that as opposed to a compatibility study. Perhaps if we could stop sharing the screen. So I got to get what I didn't write down exactly is the word. So the holding provision will only be removed by council upon the registration of the legal, I don't want to call, I don't know if legal letter is the right word. What was it?
Verbiage.
Oh, sorry. Are you asking me?
Yeah, well, somebody should tell me.
We just said registration on title of the following clause and then insert the text.
Subject to registration on title of the following
Go.
clause.
Okay. So council, are you ready for me to read a motion? Okay. And has Councilor Wanko rejoined us? He has not. So I'm going to change that to moved by Councilor Douglas, seconded by Councilor Bocek. Be it resolved, the council approves the amendments to zoning bylaw 2014-75 to rezone the northeast portion of the 108 Silver Sands Lake Road from OS1 to RU-X bracket H. And that RUX have a minimum lot area of 4.8 hectares, required front yard of 150 meters, required exterior yard of 105.6 meters, and required interior side yard of 274 meters, and required rear yard of 831 meters. Ms. Wade, did I see your hand go up?
Sorry, after.
Okay. And that the holding provision shall only be removed by council upon the registration of the land on land title of the clauses that I'm not going to read out because I don't have it in front of me, but you've all read it. And the council approves bylaw 2022-015, I believe Ms. Way wants. Is that correct?
Yes.
Being a zoning bylaw amendment, Z20 of Z2105. Council, are you prepared to vote? All those in favor, Ms. Way,
Can I have a seconder, please?
Bocek, Councillor Bocek.
Thank you.
All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You guys really helped a family today. Thank you very much.
Well, good luck with your future development on the property of your home.
I
Or
appreciate
the applicants, not yours, Mr. Steele.
much respect. Thank you very much again.
Thank you. Okay, that was Silver Sands Road, Lake Road. And our next application is in regards to 24 Stump Bay Lane.
Thank you. I'll be speaking to this application as well. So I have it up on my screen. Can everyone see the slides?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. So the applicants are Wayne and Jill Barker. The address is 24 Stump Bay Lane. It is located in 6 Mile Lake. The purpose of this application is to recognize the reduced lot area of 0.58 hectares to 0.52 hectares of the subject lands through an exception zone. And this zoning bylaw amendment was required as a condition of severance for application B21-01. And we are recommending approval. So again, it's just to rezone the subject lands from 6 Mile Lake Residential to 6 Mile Lake Residential Exception Zone for a reduced lot area. Here is a location map of the subject lands. And I have an aerial image as well. This is an aerial image that Brad previously provided when this application went for approval for the severance. So I'm just going to provide some background on it. Can you see my mouse on the screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so essentially the black or the red outline is the property. This piece that has the green dashed lines was severed from the 24 Stump Bay Lane and added to the abutting property here. This was to solve sort of the encroachment of the septic tank that the abutting landowner had that was on 24 Stump Bay Lane. And then with the township, there was a previous land swap application. So this piece in yellow was given to the township, and the township provided the shore road allowance, which was over in this area of the property. The reduced lot area, though, however, is a result of severing this green piece and adding it to the abutting land owner. And here's just a copy of the survey. You can see here in yellow, that is where the septic tank is for this landowner, and it was on the subject lands. And here is the shore road allowance, which was added to the subject property, and then this piece is the road allowance, which was provided to the township. So under the provincial policy statement, this land is considered rural lands. In the district official plan, it is waterfront area. In the township official plan, it is waterfront. It's also located in the 6 Mile Lake waterfront community. There is type 1 fish habitat, which do abut the shore of the subject lands. Typically with the type 1 fish habitat, we do require a fish habitat impact assessment. However, in this case, there's no development that's occurring. It's simply modifying lot lines and through this amendment, recognizing that reduced lot area. So we did not believe that a study was required for this application. And then in the zoning bylaw, currently it's 6 Mile Lake Residential. So we do believe it's consistent with the PPS and conforms to both the district official plan and the township official plan. With all of these policy documents, there wasn't too much with respect to severances through lot addition. The use on the property remains the same. It is a permitted use on the property. It's simply residential. And again, we're just recognizing that reduced lot area as a condition of the severance. So we do recommend that the subject lot be rezoned from SR6 to SR apologies, that should be 6-60, exception zone 60 to recognize that reduced lot area of 0.52 hectares. And that concludes my presentation. I can answer any questions at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Way, was there any correspondence on file that you'd like to tell us about?
One letter citing no objection was received from the District of Muskoka.
And you know, my next question is going to be, were there any members of the public who wanted to speak, or the applicants or the public that want to speak to this matter?
I believe so. I'm just, bear with me. There's a very large list that I have to scroll
Yes.
through today of names. So
In the meantime, I'm going to say welcome back, Councillor Wienko. I don't know if you caught what you missed with regards to the application, the prior application.
Yeah, I've had a lot of problems. I've had to reboot my whole system and also the internet system. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to stay all day or not.
Well, we approved the, just prior to this, we approved the application for 108 Silver Sands Lake Road, and with a hold that they have to register a letter on title versus having to go through a compliance study. It looks like the applicants have joined us.
So with us, we have the applicants, Wayne and Jill Barker. Additionally, we have Bruce Davison and Marion England.
All right, to the applicants, is there any comments you wish to make in addition to what we've heard so far? You are muted. That's better.
Repeat what you said.
No further comments at this point.
Okay, thank you very much. And then we have a Ms. England and a Ms. England. Were there any comments you wish to make?
No, there isn't. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Davison.
Does that work now? Am I?
Now we can hear you, yes.
Okay, I have no objection.
Okay, thank you. So hopefully we've caught everybody of the attendees who wanted to speak to this matter. If not, let's let our clerk know, and she'll bring you on over and we will hear your comments a little later. So I'm going to go turn this over to council and ask if there's any comments there. We're going to go Councillor Bochek, followed by Councillor Wienko, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've reviewed this and I don't have any real questions, but I did want to give a shout out to our planning department. This is probably the most concise application that's been brought forward in a long time. You've obviously used your resources well, and I'd like to thank you for a very complete application coming to council. I have no issues with this application.
Thank you. Councillor Wienko.
I'm the neighbors to the Barkers, but and I've been involved in the project for quite a while with them. They've done the right thing. They allowed the neighbors to have extra property, and they made all of us along our road legal by doing a swap between our township right away and the road access. So they've done all the right things. As a result, they've got a bit smaller property, but you know, you really can't say no, because what do? You know, you can't go back and change things. So the obviously decision is to approve this, but the only issue I have with this thing is that this probably shouldn't need to come to council. This is a pretty well a done deal, and I think in future when we do change the applications coming to us, this type of decision should be made by staff and not have to come to council, because there is no option but approving this today, and it's.
All right, thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, and I appreciate what's being done here, correcting an issue that needs to be sorted out, and looks like a sane approach has been taken here. I'm just curious, the retained lands at 24 Stump Lane, if I got this correct, they are now 0.51 hectares, correct? If we agree to this, Ms. Reed?
Thank you, Councillor Jarvis. It's 0.52 hectares.
0.52. And what is the impact on any future development of that? Is that size of lot going to, the reduced size of lot, going to impact any future requests from the property owners to expand their building envelope or anything like that?
So through the zoning bylaw amendment process, we are legalizing the undersized nature of the property. At this time, it still meets all other provisions in the zoning bylaw. If they come forward with a building permit application to construct something on the property, we would just have to ensure that it still meets the setbacks for that zone, as well as the lot coverage. So the lot coverage could potentially be an issue, but through this amendment, we're saying, you know what, we're comfortable with the size of the property. And again, the use isn't impacted. Their uses are still permitted. What's there, everything, we're fine with all of that.
So what is the normal minimum size, lot size requirement?
So in the SR6 zone for new lots, it's 8,000 square meters, which I believe is 0.8 hectares. However, it does also recognize existing lots. So their existing lot was 0.58 hectares.
Right.
And then it was through that lot addition, it got a little bit further reduced. So existing lots, and in this case, existing lot minus some piece that was taken for a lot addition is permitted.
Okay, appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
Clarification, and I heard the last answer, but is there not also a percentage that's applied to lot coverage in any case? Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Lot coverage will be has been calculated in this case. They still meet their lot coverage requirements even with the reduced lot size. Again, further development, we'd have to calculate the lot coverage. But at this time, their property, aside from the lot area itself, is in conformity with the zoning bylaw.
And
their lot coverage will not change for the SR6 zone.
I understand that. I'm just trying to determine though, if they were to come forward, would it not be calculated as a percentage of what their land is?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any other comments? I have one question for our clerk, Ms. Way. What is the bylaw number you'd like me to use in this resolution?
016, please.
16, okay. I suspected that. No, I think in this case, as has already been commented, it's a very reasonable application, and we should be very appreciative that the applicants were willing to cooperate with the township in giving us a roadway, and we in exchange gave them a road that will never exist, so to speak, with the road allowance. So I think it all works out. And so I have moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that Council receives Development Service Report 2022-06 and approves zoning bylaw amendment application Z2115 by passing bylaw 2022-016, being a bylaw to recognize the reduced lot area of 0.52 hectares for the subject lands. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. All right. Let's go on to our.
Can we just interrupt for a minute?
Please.
What are our next steps? Now that we've had this approval, who do we get in contact with to register this change and so on?
That's a very good question. Ms. Way, is there anything further they have to do with the township?
That would be a question for our planning department, sorry, your worship.
Okay, well then I'll go to Dr. Spilla.
Thank you, Mayor Kuchar. Wayne and Jill, if you can please reach out to me, we'll discuss any next steps.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Our next on our list is the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application with regards to 509 Hiawatha Road. And this is to Ms. Verow or Ms. Sani. Sani?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Kirsimran Sani, and I'm a planner with GL Richards and Associates. I will be speaking to this application. Please give me a minute to stop the presentation and share my screen. I hope everyone can see my screen.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
So I will be speaking to the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application O2102 and Z2118 for 509 Hiawatha Road. The applicant for the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application is Marion Smith, and their agent is Rick Hunter of Planscape Inc. And the official plan amendment is to facilitate conversion of the existing non-compliant dwelling to a sleeping cabin and to recognize its location in the front yard of the property. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment is to permit redevelopment of an existing undersized lot and recognize conversion of the existing non-compliant dwelling to a sleeping cabin, recognize its location in the front yard of the subject property, and provide applicable exemptions to the gross floor area, maximum deck encroachment, and side yard setback. In terms of recommendations, staff recommend that Township of Georgian Bay Planning Council grant approval to the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application. Here's a location map of the subject property. The subject property has municipal road access by means of Hiawatha Road. The area of the property is approximately 0.36 hectares, and the frontage is about 42.7 meters along the shoreline and 32.1 meters on the abutting Hiawatha Road. Here's an aerial view of the subject property. It is currently occupied by a residential dwelling, a shed, and floating docks, which are removed seasonally. The subject property is surrounded by residential development towards the north and south, Lake Gibson towards the east, and treed crown land towards the west. Here are a few photos that were submitted by the applicant as a part of the application. The first photograph shows the existing dwelling, which the applicant is proposing to convert to a bunkie. And the second photo shows the deck of the structure. Here's the site plan of the proposed development, which shows the existing and proposed development on the subject property. The structure highlighted in red is the existing cottage, which the applicant is proposing to convert to a sleeping cabin. The one in yellow is a new proposed cottage, and I have a PDF of this plan ready, and we'll bring it up on the screen after this presentation so we can zoom in and look and take a closer look if needed. In terms of the policy framework, the subject property is considered rural lands in context of the PPS. The property is designated waterfront area in the district official plan, and significant wildlife habitat has been identified on the property in the form of stratum to deer wintering area. The property is designated waterfront in the township official plan, and both type 1 and type 2 fish habitat have been identified on the property. And the property is zoned shoreline residential type 1. In terms of the planning analysis, the applicant's proposal is consistent with the PPS as residential development is permitted on the subject property. Also, the PPS does not permit development in significant wildlife areas. The proposal is consistent with this policy as a subject property is abut by crown lands to the west, which are identified as deer wintering area. It is therefore desirable to limit development in the rear yard of the subject property adjacent to the crown lands to maximize setback between the development and the deer wintering area. As such, the location of the sleeping cabin is more appropriate in the front yard rather than its relocation to the rear yard of the subject property in this case. In terms of the district official plan, the proposed residential use is permitted in the waterfront designation, and it is compatible with the surrounding residential development. The applicant has declared in the application that a new septic bed will be installed to service both the new and proposed development. I'm sorry, new and the existing development. And the OP states that the development in Stratum 2 deer wintering area shall be avoided or mitigation measures shall be proposed. As noted previously, a buffer between the deer wintering area and development on the subject property is desirable. Also, the applicant may be required to undertake a further study to minimize impact to the natural habitat area at the site plan stage. Similarly, the archaeological impact assessment may also be required at that stage. In terms of the township official plan, the proposed uses are permitted on the subject property and the development is generally consistent with the surrounding development. There are no further anticipated impacts from the proposed conversion as the structure is already existing. Further, for the reasons explained previously, location of the sleeping cabin in the rear yard is not desirable in this case, and recognition of the sleeping cabin in the front yard is reasonable. With regards to the type 1 fish habitat, township staff have consulted with the environmental consultant and have confirmed that a fish habitat impact assessment is not required for this application, as a type 1 fish habitat is located around a peninsula to the east with intervening developed property. In terms of the zoning bylaw, the subject property is an existing undersized lot of record, and the zoning bylaw allows for continuation of existing lots for purposes for which they were illegally used prior to the effective date of the zoning bylaw. As the proposed lot will continue being used for residential uses, this condition is satisfied and the deficiencies will be recognized through this amendment. With regards to the sleeping cabin, it is set back approximately 3.8 meters from the shoreline, while 20 meters is required. Similarly, the side yard setback is 5 meters, while the existing setback is required is 5 meters, while the existing is 1.4 meters. However, the applicant is proposing to convert an existing non-compliant structure to a sleeping cabin without any further encroachments. No additional impacts to shoreline aesthetics are anticipated as the proposed new dwelling complies with applicable provisions of the zoning bylaw. The removal of the dwelling, which is proposed to be converted to a sleeping cabin, may cause more disturbance to the natural environment than permitting its existence and conversion as an accessory structure. The existing deck also is approximately 2 meters from the high water line and will be recognized through this amendment. Lastly, staff recommend approval of this application on the basis that the application is consistent with the PPS, conforms to the district official plan, as well as the municipal official plan with the exception of the exemption that has been requested, and maintains the general intent of the zoning bylaw. That is the end of my presentation, and I will answer any questions now.
Thank you very much. Ms. Way, any correspondence on file with regard to this application, please?
Your worship, one letter of support was received from Don Cormier. One letter of no objection was received from the District of Muskoka, provided that appropriate development control techniques are used to conserve valuable conifer thermal cover, deer feeding areas, and movement corridors. And one letter of objection was received from Larry Braid.
All right, thank you. And I see Ms. Smith and Mr. Braid have been brought over. I'm presuming there was no one else from the public that volunteered their hand up to say they wanted to speak. So Ms. Smith, would you like to add anything to what we've heard today in regard to your application? Or no, I see Mr. Hunter. Are you speaking on behalf of Ms. Smith?
Yes, thank you, your worship. My apologies. I just got a call in from Aaron Reed and I didn't know if it was related to this application or not. Thank you.
I hope it is.
It's not, as it turned out. So and I just mentioned that I'm up on the docket now. As mentioned, Rick Hunter with Landscape. Mailing address is 104 Kimberley Avenue in Bracebridge, and the postal code is P1L1Z8. As noted, I represent Marion and Bob Smith, the owners at 509 Hiawatha Road. I'm actually quite pleased to be meeting with council today. It's been a long haul working with the Smiths to get this to where it's at right now. I would like to thank the township staff and consultants for their assistance in moving the application forward. Obviously, on behalf of the owners, I'm requesting that council approve the official plan and zoning amendments that are before you today. I support the comments and recommendations outlined in the staff report and in Ms. Amy's presentation today, and concur with the assessment that the proposal is consistent with the provincial policy statement. It conforms to both the Muskoka official plan and Georgian Bay official plan, and meet the intent of the zoning bylaw. And frankly, in my view, I believe that it represents good planning and is in the public interest. Your worship, I did have a number of comments. I'm sort of saying old school. I decided that not to do a separate presentation that duplicated a lot of the material that you already have in front of you and that Ms. Saini has provided. I did just want to provide a bit of background information, and then I'll be available for questions after that. The Smiths, obviously, they're looking to retire to their family property, and they're proposing to construct a new dwelling that's in full compliance with the zoning requirements applicable to the SR1 zone that applies to this property. As part of the redevelopment, they are asking to convert the existing legal non-complying dwelling to a sleeping cabin. As noted in the staff reports, the existing dwelling is quite close to the shoreline, and it is located in the front yard and is slightly larger than a sleeping cabin would be allowed to be. Hence, for those reasons, we also are submitting the application for official plan amendment as well. I understand that council has reviewed a number of applications for conversions of existing dwellings to sleeping cabins as part of redevelopment of properties, and they've been positively viewed by council. The existing cottage has been occupied by the family for, I believe, well over 50 years, and it's about a 700 square foot cottage, so it's been a tight fit for a long period of time. They're wishing to construct a larger dwelling unit that would be suitable for year-round use and their retirement home, and also be able to have their children up and have room for everyone. They are also quite concerned about retaining what they have felt is a significant part of their heritage and culture at the cottage by keeping the original structure and converting it to the sleeping cabin. Remind you that the purpose of the application is specifically to permit the conversion of the non-complying dwelling to a sleeping cabin. We have conducted a number of pre-consultation discussions with the township staff in September of 2020, in February 2021, and again in June of 2021 as well. Submitted the application in October 2021, and we're now here today. Your worship, I think the new dwelling, again, which is not before you right now, it will be at the time, if everything is approved and we proceed to site plan approval, it will come back to you at that stage. The new dwelling was specifically designed to meet all of the setback requirements, all of the coverage requirements of the zoning bylaw. The existing and proposed upgraded sewage system will meet, obviously, both Ontario Building Code and zoning requirements, and will be set back a minimum of 30 meters from the shoreline. The existing cottage that's before you, and you did see the photos that were shown, shows a one-story dwelling, an area of 65.2 square meters. It's about 10 square meters above the standard for a new sleeping cabin. Like many older cottages, it is located closer to the shoreline than current standards would allow. In my view, due to its scale, it does fit on the property. It's not obtrusive, and again, it's well shielded from surrounding uses. So for those reasons, I feel that this is a fairly benign change to the use and activity that is being proposed. I just wanted to comment the letter that you have on file from Don and Kenny Cormier, the immediate neighbors to the west, have expressed their support for the changes to the proposal. The District of Muskoka similarly have no objections. The issues that they've raised or mentioned regarding the deer wintering and species at risk are all matters that would be dealt with as a matter of course. Because this is an existing developed property, this would be dealt with at site plan approval. The letter that was submitted from the neighbor to the east, I believe he will be speaking to you as well. I just wanted to address some of the points from that letter. I note that the property is well screened from the proposed development. The existing cottage on the Smith property is not generally visible from the neighbor's property, although the neighbor's driveway access runs along the side yard of the existing structure, and again has for many years. I believe that the orientation of the neighbor's development is toward the open parts of the lake and not into the Smith property as well. So I think that there's and the neighbor has, I understand, constructed some fairly significant screening along that shoreline. Your worship, in my view, the conversion of the dwelling to a sleeping cabin does not change the nature of the structure or the activity on the site, and if anything, would likely result in less impact on the neighboring property, since it already provides an additional buffer or screening between the dwelling and the neighbor's development. In addition, I think it's been raised in the staff report as well that there are benefits to retrofitting existing buildings rather than tear them down and build something new, from recognizing their contribution to the heritage and character of the area, and also to reduce the potential for building waste that needs to be disposed of. The concerns that are expressed regarding stormwater management are items that would normally be addressed at site plan approval, and any additional stormwater needs to be any additional stormwater would need to be retained on the site and cannot impact neighbors' properties. And that would be naturally dealt with as part of the site plan approval and building permit stages as well. Just to conclude that the zoning bylaw and the official plan amendment recognize the existing structure and its use as a sleeping cabin. It does mention in the zoning bylaw, and we agree with this, that if the sleeping cabin is to be replaced, demolished and replaced, it would then have to comply with the requirements for a new sleeping cabin. So a larger structure could not be constructed at this location and would be required to be located behind whatever future dwelling is constructed in compliance with the bylaw. Again, I'm satisfied that the request that's before you is reasonable and does not change the existing character of the property or the surrounding area. With that, I would recommend your approval of the proposal, and I'm available to answer questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hunter. I appreciate it. And I'm just going to double check with the applicant, Ms. Smith, whether or not whether the Smiths want to add anything before we go on to, we have two members of the public here that I see.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I think I'd like to hear what the public says first before I make any comments.
Okay. With that, I see Mr. Braid, a familiar face to many of us. Welcome back to council, so to speak.
Well, I don't want to sit on council, thank you. This is got to be very frustrating for you with having to Zoom and try and get amendments made to resolutions and that sort of thing. I feel sorry for you. So, and I'm not opposed to so much here, but the deer wintering thing made me laugh when I read that. And I thought, okay, we've seen the odd deer around here, the occasional bear, the occasional moose, that sort of thing. But for them to winter on any of our properties along Hiawatha Road is, well, pretty far-fetched. So ignoring that type of infringement on or restriction on anyone to build, if that was taken away, certainly the applicant wouldn't be before us today if they were proposing to move their old cottage beside or behind the new proposed cottage and reduce the size of it. So that being said, I mentioned this to our one son that's quite the hunter, and he just laughed when I told him it was a deer wintering area out in the back of Marion's property. He says, when I get a tag for going to hunt deer, I don't even bother going out in the bush behind Hiawatha Road to the west, because there are so few deer. You know, he's just wasting his time out there. And I know in the winter time or in the fall when deer season starts, we get converged on by probably 10 or 12 vehicles with either 1 or 2 hunters in each one. And they position themselves along Muskoka Road 33 or South Gibson Lake Road, Hiawatha Road, Iroquois Road, and then they walk themselves through the bush looking for deer. And more often than not, they don't get a catch or a hit. Where the deer wintering areas are at the very south end of Gibson Lake in the Crown Reserve, where you're not allowed to hunt anyway, and over towards some of the little lakes, out towards Pretty Channel and that sort of thing, where there's no people. Also above Go Home Lake, there's some huge deer wintering areas up above the Musquash and that sort of thing, where it's a lot more dense bush, a lot of hemlock, lots of cedar and that sort of thing. So I did walk out the driveway to see what kind of tree cover there was on Marion's property, and there are some very young, small hemlocks coming up, and they're fully branched. All the needles and everything are there. So no deer have walked in there and eaten them. And of course, I've planted 100 or 200 cedar trees on my property, and if there were deer floating around, all the branches would be eaten off as high as they could eat, and that's not the case. The only issue or the only animal that seems to like my cedar trees are beavers. So I've had to put chicken wire around the bottom of them to preserve that buffer all along the lake and around the front. And well, they've chopped down so many trees that I've used up several hundred feet of chicken wire wrapping my trees. It's kind of crazy. But anyways, if council can walk away from this deer habitat wintering area back there, there's lots of room for the older cottage to be moved back on the property and get it away from the waterfront. I did send some pictures along. I've not taken any pictures of Marion's property when the floodwaters of the spring freshet are there, but I can tell you the water comes up anywhere from 5, 6, 7 feet above the high water mark. So it goes partway up the steps that are in front and go up to their decking area. So I don't know whether you're familiar with Gibson Lake. Some of the councillors will be, with the unregulated water levels in our lake, but when Highway 69, well, I'm going to go back to when Sid Commandant was the chief over on the reserve. He came out to a meeting we had with MTO back in 1997-98 era, and Bill Wilson, who's no longer with us also, he was the current building inspector. And we discussed the proposal for twinning the highway and a new bridge to go in. And anyways, Sid, he did not hold back any words, and I'm not going to repeat them here, but he told them they basically messed up the first time they put the highway in, which was back in the late 50s, when it was Highway 103, and then changed to Highway 69 and now Highway 400. But they changed the water course coming out of Gibson Lake. And that changed the water levels from raising anywhere from 2 to 3 feet in the spring freshet to 5 to 7 feet in the spring freshet after the now northbound bridge was put in. When they put in the new southbound bridge in 98, they lengthened the outflow and narrowed it. And it's like going from a 1-inch hose to a 1/2-inch hose, and you measure the amount of water you get out the end of that hose with the restriction. That change to the water course, and we've been fighting with MTO ever since 1998, and that's been renewed now through our cottage association, because I gave up. But anyways, that changed the water level in the spring from anywheres above summer low from 8 feet to 9 feet, and which was an anomaly one year when Trent Severn messed up and flooded 6 Mile, and their lake overflowed a dam, and Simcoe water came into our watershed and raised it an additional foot. So there is an issue along our shoreline in the spring with exceptionally high water. And my access road does flood over from time to time. We can end up driving through a foot of water to get out. And I remember my son having to canoe across to get the school bus. It was either 2008 or in 2009, but it was rather exciting for him. Not so exciting for us because that water's cold if he'd have flipped over. But I think if you can put this deer wintering idea behind yourself, Marion can make changes to her application, and she may not even need an official plan amendment or a zoning bylaw amendment. And congratulations on building a new cottage. I'm glad to see something nice and new and a modest size going up. And just one more thing, I think I mentioned it in my letter, that if moving the cottage isn't an option, and I've been a builder all my life, and I know you can move them. It's just a matter of time and cost. You could incorporate the what I believe is just a couple of extra bedrooms in the new build and get away from it. Also, a neighbor 2 doors up, he did a good thing. He had a garage there, and I believe there's a sleeping cabin on the 2nd level of that now. So that's another option, and that way you'd have storage in the bottom and a sleeping cabin on top out back.
All right, thank you very much for your input. Mr. Hood, do you wish to add to the conversation?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, so my name's Greg Hood. I'm at 446 Hiawatha Road, and I live in Mississauga, Ontario. I live out, or we have a piece of peninsula just adjacent to the bay that the Smiths own. I don't know the Smiths, and I really do appreciate Larry Braid's knowledge there, because there's a lot of information that I didn't know. We have 3 generations of Hoods on the Gibson Lake, and I'm a bit conflicted because I think part of that cottage, and I knew the original owners of it back in the late 50s, it's part of the charm of the lake. And if the Smiths weren't building something, behind there, we wouldn't be talking about it. But I understand about the deer. I'm not a hunter, so I can't speak to who's shooting what, where, when. I just know that cottage has been there since the late 50s. And I really think it adds charm to our lake. And I would be in favor of supporting what they're trying to do.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Smith, do you want to add anything before I turn this over to council?
I'm just going to say a lot has been said. We've had the cottage in our family for 54 years. It was passed down to me after the death of my father 10 years ago. I would like you to know that we have always been respectful of our neighbors, our cottage, the environment, the lake, and the forest. It was already mentioned, but my husband and I are recently retired. Our plan is to move up to Gibson Lake once we have a modest winterized home constructed. Our current seasonal small cottage would not support our intention to move up to Gibson Lake. We simply need more space with a year-round home in conjunction with a sleeping cabin. Several reasons for this. We have 3 children in their mid-20s who love spending time at the cottage. Hopefully they will all eventually get married and have children of their own who will also, I'm hopeful, continue enjoying the cottage life. My elderly mother and father-in-law are both widowed and will at some point be living with us as they will both require caregiving. And we also need room for our friends to visit. Our current cottage, which is the proposed sleeping cabin, has really a lifetime of memories that we cherish. And we would like it to remain part of our lives in the location that it's at. We have maintained our cottage in excellent condition, and it can still provide decades of shelter to our family. So this is not a rundown cottage. This is a well-maintained cottage that we love going to. And, you know, we're not really interested in moving locations or having it picked up, and the cost of having it reset somewhere else seems to be, you know, an unnecessary expense, considering that I understand that, you know, the planning department and the district of Muskoka and everybody else is supportive of that. So we would not really be in favor of suddenly lifting our cottage and transporting it to the back. The thing about deer, I'm not sure, I can't really comment because I don't live up there in the winter months. I can only say that when my husband went up to post the signs, I guess in January sometime, the required signs, he did mention to me, oddly enough, that there were some footprints, but I'm not saying, I don't know, I can't comment, but there were some footprints that were deer related. He used to work at a zoo, so he knows his animals. So we're hoping that, you know, council will make the decision in support of the professionals that have evaluated our project and are supportive of our requests. So that's all I'm going to say right now, I think. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think at this point, we get to turn it over to council and ask council if they have any comments or questions in regard to this application. Councilor Jarvis, start us off, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The question is with regards to the existing cottage. The idea is to convert it to a cabin. I understand all that. With this building, I presume it currently is plumbed. And my understanding of a cabin is that it doesn't have plumbing. So are we proposing here, is it being proposed that the cabin's plumbing features, bathroom, kitchen, whatever, all be disconnected and taken out, or will they remain?
I think guest cabins aren't supposed to have kitchens. I do believe they're allowed plumbing.
Well, I'm hoping for an answer with regards to any other plumbing then.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct, Councillor. The kitchen is not permitted as a part of a sleeping cabin, while a washroom is. Through the site plan process and the consecutive building permit process, and the required inspections will be undertaken to make sure that there isn't a functioning kitchen within the sleeping cabin unless the applicant desires otherwise and files an appropriate application to permit a kitchen on those premises.
Okay, so via a site plan approval then, or inspection, we would have some control over this. I don't think we want to have 2 full cottages on any property, so I'm hoping we can avoid that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bocheck, please.
Yeah, after review of the file and taking a look at the property, I think it's a good opportunity for the township to bring the property into conformity. Right now, we have a legal non-conforming building. We're changing the complete orientation of the property by erecting a new structure, a new dwelling, and to leave an old dwelling in the front yard that doesn't meet the current setbacks. And we've heard that subject to flooding because of nature, I think it would only be appropriate that bunkie be the appropriate size and be moved back either behind the high water mark or behind the existing cottage, meeting the setbacks. I think it's an opportunity to bring this property into some sort of alignment with our official plan bylaws. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas, followed by Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you. I am in agreement with quite a bit of what is being said here. But one thing, that I'm a little bit miffed about is we've been fighting very hard in this township to follow our bylaws, and one of them is to not have sleeping cabins in the front of cottages. And I think I do understand how close these buildings were built. I have one, so I know, and historically they got built that way. But when you're about to embark on building a new building, I think that's the opportunity when you bring things into compliance when you can. We have a cottage here that, and I feel for these people, I really do, because I understand the historical value of this, but you have a cottage here that they want to convert into a cabin, which is already over the limit of the size of cabins you can have on a property. It's an undersized lot. It's 3.5 meters too close to the lot line. So the setbacks there's an opportunity to correct that as well. I think I've actually seen this property on a number of occasions, being down that driveway. That's a fairly high density little road there, and I think if anybody's had the opportunity to go out there, I just think that it would just, I think it's great, you put a new cottage in, but I do believe that building, it is not a difficult thing to move those buildings. It's just, it has to be worked out, of course, a little time and money, but it would give an opportunity to put it in the proper place, bring this lot into compliance and bring these buildings into compliance, and then have the opportunity to build another home that would also probably, I don't think they would need any, if they did it according to the bylaws, they probably wouldn't need to do any of the requests that they're doing today. So I'm not in favor of this, leaving the building where it is. It is very close to the water line with the water fluctuations. I do see that as a problem. I do see it as a problem as having two cottages, basically, because that is really not a cabin. Yeah, I think some work needs to be done on this.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Oh, sorry, Ms. Sandy, do you want to respond?
I'd just quickly like to respond to that comment and note that the planning analysis for this proposal was done based on the direction that is provided by the district and the municipal official plan. And the district official plan notes that the portion of the property towards the rear is a part of the deer wintering area. And that's the direction as per the district official plan, because that's the designation within the official plan. So the only option that the applicant would have would be to remove the existing cottage and put it in the backyard, which is not desirable in view of the district official plan policies. I'm sorry, please go ahead, Councillor.
Councillor Douglas.
Sorry, having problems with the computer. Yeah, no, I do understand that. I personally, just living in this area, don't believe that's a wintering area. However, that's what it states in the policies. But so I think that's being used as a bit of a crutch, which I think is unfortunate. But that's just my opinion. I live here. I know where the deer are wintering. I'm generally speaking, that is anywhere that's a high density area like that, where there's vehicles coming in and out on an ongoing basis and buildings. Deer don't generally winter in people's backyards. they may venture into them occasionally, but I would sure love to see more in my backyard, and I have miles of crown land around my property. So I don't, unfortunately, that's what it says in the provincial policies, but I think that should be corrected at some point.
Thank you. Ms. Zaney.
Just one more additional thing that I'd like to note here is that while staff support conversion of the existing dwelling to a sleeping cabin, it has been noted in the zoning bylaw that any further reconstruction or redevelopment of the property be in compliance with the zoning bylaw. So if the applicant were to ever tear down this cottage and rebuild it, it would be in compliance with the provisions that are applicable as per the zoning bylaw.
Thank you. Dr. Spilla, excuse me, Dr. Spilla.
Thank you, Mayor Coots here. Just want to touch base on the deer wintering matter. So the deer wintering matter is not, it's not a showstopper for this proposed development and the proposed OPA and ZBA here. It is, however, identified in the district official plan, and the wording reads, development or site alteration in stratum 2 habitat should conserve valuable conifer, thermal cover, feeding areas, and movement corridors. Should habitat be identified, the location of development shall avoid the habitat and or mitigation measures proposed that result in no negative impacts to the features or their functions. So what Ms. Saini has mentioned is the proposed development is at the front part of the lot, further away from the deer habitat as identified by the District of Muskoka. So that's one of the bases for the planning recommendations here. We are recognizing that deer habitat is a natural heritage feature that needs to be protected, and it can be protected, and this development can still move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you for this report, and thank you, Mayor. Having listened to a lot of the commentary and frankly, local knowledge, I would suggest that the deer wintering area is a bit of a red herring. And by that, I mean, I'm not really convinced that there's a really big problem with deer wintering in this area. So with that in mind, I fall back on what some of my fellow councillors have already said, which goes to a sort of an adage in planning, which if it can comply, it should comply. This building can be moved. It could go behind. And frankly, the risks are quite clearly associated with water levels. Effectively, during flooding periods, this is almost in the water. So I think it would be really, really helpful to the applicant and to the precedent being set here by the township that this building be brought into compliance. Size, I'm not so sure. I mean, to knock it down by 100 square feet, I think it has to be 600 square feet, as I understand it, to be actually fully compliant. Normally, we don't like to have our sleeping cabins over 600 square feet and don't approve anything like that. But, I think if it was set back far enough, it would be certainly not very visual. So that would be my recommendation. If it can comply, it should comply. And I completely agree with Councillor Bocek and Douglas. Thank you.
Thank you. I haven't heard from Councillors Jarvis or Hazelton, but I see Councillor Bocek wants to speak a second time. So Jarvis and Hazelton, any comments before we give it the floor to Councillor Bocek for a second round?
Nothing more to add. I would defer to my inland.
Sorry, actually, I did see you already, didn't I?
Yes.
Councillor,
anything further? I have nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, I apologize. Okay, Councillor Wojcik, you want to add some additional comments?
Yeah, in my experience on council over the last 2 terms was when you applied for an application to build a new dwelling, you would have to put down a security, whether it be a line of credit, letter of credit, or cash, to demolish the existing building. And if you did not demolish it, then the township had the funds to move in and demolish it. I'm not saying that that should be the course of action here, but I'm saying in our policies, that's a history. And I think our building department would have something to say about a building, an ex-dwelling remaining that didn't comply with the square footage of a bunkie. So my feeling is, in every case that I've ever witnessed here, is when you have an existing dwelling and you're wanting to build a new dwelling, you would have to put forth a deposit or a check saying that building comes down or we take it down and you pay. So I'm a little confused by trying to circumvent what we have in place. I understand the landowner does have a right to apply for an amendment, but in this case, I don't think it's exactly what we're looking for. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Councillor Wienko, did you want to join the conversation when you have a connection?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry, I'm on an iPad now. I've been trying every computer in the house to get back on, and this is as close as I've come. And I've listened to some of the conversation, and I agree with what's being said about the size of the cabin and necessary to move it back. I'm also concerned about the stormwater issue that has been proceeding for quite a while, and so I think you have to do something with the stormwater. But I know that property a little bit, and I know there's plenty of room to move things back and also to build a new cottage. So I would be in favor of moving the cottage back to make it a cabin of the proper size. As to deer, I've never seen any deer in that area. I've been living up here over 30 years, and I can count on one hand the number of times I've seen deer in the area. So I don't think that's an issue. I think somebody obviously from the district has done some desk study to determine there might be deer in the area, but I don't think there is. So, and again, I wondered if the staff, our staff, have actually visited the site and go over some of the concerns that have been raised by the neighbors. I think that might be something that could be useful in the final report.
Thank you. Dr. Espilla.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. So just to address the deer habitat matter again, it is habitat. That means there's potential for deer to winter there. And that's what the district's identified. Doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be here 1 year or another year. And I'm basing that on my previous experience at a former level of government where I have lots of experience with wildlife habitat and mitigation. So I'm not saying that unfounded. With respect to this site, yes, there are issues and they will be addressed at the site plan control stage of any development. And it's not necessary to get into the weeds, so to speak, on this at this time. Planning is aware of the issues and the issues that have been brought up. We can deal with it at site plan control. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm just going to add a few comments of my own. One is that I'm afraid I discount the deer habitat. When I look at the area and realize that there are buildings almost on either side of this property towards the rear yard, and then in the rear yard it faces a roadway. Well, I can imagine a deer wandering through now and then. I can't imagine a deer wintering in that particular area. Maybe across the road and some distance away, but I'm afraid I totally discount that as a factor. I can fully appreciate the applicants wishing to keep their cottage that they've had in the family for over half a century. And I hear the concerns about the high water, and I can respect that, though I will comment the cottage is still standing in spite of the high water to date in some of the spring flooding. So, and that if that's the risk that the applicant wants to take, that sometime they might come up some spring and get their feet wet, so be it. I am concerned about it being oversized, in that, you know, you're going to build a home behind, that you're going to have even though I understand that the home's being designed so they don't exceed any of the other limits in our zoning bylaw, it's still having a oversized sleeping cabin in your front yard is not the type of thing that this council would normally approve based on my experience. So I find myself a bit torn with this one. I will admit that. With that, I will ask Councilor Wienko has a couple extra remarks he'd like to make. Councilor Wienko.
I just wanted to get an answer to the question. Has staff visited some of the?
Has any staff
concerns?
members been to
Yes
this
or no?
site? Well, we're losing you, Councilor Wienko, but the staff question was understood. So staff, has any staff member been on site?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, a site visit was not conducted for this particular application.
I beg your pardon?
Staff, through you, Mr. Mayor, a site visit was not conducted for this particular application.
Okay. I think that's, in my mind, an oversight. Now, what I want to check with our clerk, you have given me a resolution that to read that basically says that we approve this application and want to enact a bylaw, the zoning bylaw amendment. And I believe there's also an official plan amendment attached to this as well. But don't you normally at these public meetings also give us the option to accept the report and the public input and hand it back to staff to come back to us with modified, potentially, recommendations?
Certainly, Your Worship, if it's council's desire to just receive the report for now, that'll automatically trigger the process to come back because the decision hasn't been made. So you can just pass the first sentence of the resolution that be it resolved that council receives Development Services Report 2022-07.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that because in the past, sometimes you made that option very clear. Mr. Bray, did you want to make an additional remark?
Yes, please. And I guess I got to take my hand down there. Thank you. I'd be happy to meet with staff and the owner to offer my suggestions, having built a number of places on the lake. And of all the places that I've built on this lake, I only ever had to come to council once and ask for relief. And it was a minor variance. And the only reason that that happened was because the owner decided to separate their main dwelling from being attached to the old dwelling by taking out a covered porch. And what it did was the new dwelling ended up having a corner 5 foot by 2 foot that encroached into the shore road allowance. So it was either keep the building permit as submitted without any need for relief, or get council to approve reducing the visual effect from the lake by taking out about 20 feet of a covered porch joining two buildings. So other than that, I worked with all my customers to comply with the bylaws that were in place at the time. And just as an addition, when I bought here in '86, there was an old cottage on the property that had been here since I believe 1957 by the original owner of the property. And one year we did raise it and put a basement underneath through a building permit. And that helped steady the building, which was sitting on tree logs on the ground that beavers had come up and chewed them, and corners of the building were starting to fall down. But a couple of years later, after we did that, we decided to move up here and live here. And so we got a permit to add on and go up 2 stories and that sort of thing. So the original cottage, there's a section of the floor that is still incorporated in the new building. So we have that nostalgia. Plus I used some of the fixtures and doors and whatnot throughout the new building, just so I can say, yep, we got a piece of the old cottage sitting in here. But I didn't need an official plan amendment for anything that I did, or a zoning amendment, or a minor variance for anything that I did here. Everything I did complied with the bylaws that are in place at that time. Things have changed. If I want to do something now, yeah, I'm going to have a bit of an issue because I'm legal non-conforming in a couple of the distances from the lake, that sort of thing. But just some ideas. Happy to help. The existing cottage on Mary Ann's property, I believe the piece that projects very close to my property in the driveway, I believe that's a washroom. It's been a long, long time since I've been in the building, probably 20 years. So maybe she can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe the kitchen is off the deck. And if that bathroom was taken off, I'm not exactly sure what size it is. I don't believe it's 100 square feet because it's not 10 by 10, but that would get them closer to the 600 square feet, and they could move their bathroom into the kitchen area, or what is now the living room, that sort of thing. I mean, there's all kinds of design.
Okay.
And I'm happy to offer my suggestions, and I'm sure their planner could help them redesign the inside too.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't know how to speak to put my hand up in there.
Go ahead.
But it's Marian Smith again. I just wanted to comment on a few things that have been said. It seems to me there's a lot of people that seem to think they know a lot about our cottage, who've seen it. So it's kind of interesting about that fact. I can say in terms of high water, we have never been flooded. It has never gone towards the stairs, never. We have never once had an issue where water comes up that high. So that is simply not a case that it hits the stairs. I've been there I'm 56. I've been there for 54 years, and I've never once seen it hit a step. So unless there's some massive 1,000-year flood, I think we're good to go in that regard. We've spent a lot of time and money already in this planning process for what really I think should be a simple thing for an existing cottage that should be grandfathered. It was put there, it was there when my parents bought the cottage. We're not asking for anything major here. We are willing to convert it to a sleeping cabin, take out the kitchen or whatever the requirements are. We will do all that. And we simply want to build a new cottage in conjunction with an existing sleeping cabin. The idea of moving it somewhere else is not something we are interested in doing. That's a big cost. We live there. We're going to continue to use that sleeping cabin. And I just think sometimes, I don't know how to say it in a nice way, but maybe there should be a little bit of common sense that people think it's an existing cottage that's there, make it into a sleeping cabin and let these people build. We're only trying to build a new cottage, and moving this will not work for us, and we will not be building a new home if we're not able to keep our sleeping cabin in the location that it is. So I'm not trying to be mean or anything like that, but that's, you know, I look at this has cost thousands of dollars to ask a simple question about, can we keep a sleeping cabin? And everybody supports us in the township and the district. And to get to this stage to hear, oh, maybe we should move it back. I don't know. It's a little bit odd to me to hear that, and it's unacceptable.
Okay, thank you. We've been at this for an hour. I will let everybody have a quick remark, but then I'm going to suggest that we give it back to staff, because one of my concerns is that if staff has not visited the property, I don't think we're getting the full picture. And I'm you know, just like somebody was critical earlier that, you know, the deer habitat was probably determined by somebody sitting at their desk. I think it's not appropriate for us to consider an application where the staff haven't actually visited the site and considered the site themselves. Having said that, I saw Councillor Cooper's hand and Councillor Hazelton's hand. I also see Dr. Spilla, and I normally give staff priority. So Dr. Spilla, you go first, followed by Councillor Cooper, and then Councillor Hazelton, please.
Thank you, Mayor Coutier and Council. Your comment with respect to referring this back to staff for a site visit, it's well received, and we can get into the details of that, but I don't think that's going to benefit the conversation for its purposes today. I do want to clarify two matters that there may be misconceptions about. At no point has there been an issue raised by administration or any of our commenting agencies with respect to flooding on the subject property. So let's clear that up right now. The second issue is I'm not aware of any building compliance orders on the subject property, which were also alluded to earlier in this conversation. And while the chief building official is not available on the call at the moment, to the best of the planning department's knowledge, that's a non-issue right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Hazelton, please.
Thank you, Mayor Coutier. And you had read to us what could change in the resolution, and I would like to just say this, that I agree that site visit is appropriate. I think we've, in our previous direction to the planning staff over the years, have said we need site visits, especially when there's issues like this. So that'd be number one. But I'd also say that there's been a lot of very good information come in today from other councillors, neighbors, etc., that I would like to see our staff. I think that's the direction we're giving, but I think we need to use the words, which are our staff need to take those comments into consideration in terms of if this comes back, it comes back with those comments in place, because otherwise this may not get approved. So that's just a caution that we make sure that we have the verbiage there to say, take these things into consideration. Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. I've been listening intently, and I have two comments that I'd like to make. Number one, I'm delighted it's going back to staff for review, but what I'd like to do is ask staff to accomplish two things. We've had a recent, over the last few years plus, track record where planning recommends something and councillors turn it down. And what I'm seeing here is if we took a vote on it, council would turn it down today. And so what I would like to learn is, did planning learn something from this conversation that would change their minds? Or if they don't think that they should change their minds about recommending this, I would like them to find some way of addressing the councillors' complaints or concerns that have been expressed, so that we can learn how to see things differently, so we can be aligned. Because in my opinion, the most important thing when we review an application like this is that there is alignment between planning and council. So if we need to be educated, I would like that to be kind of a task that planning take on. But if planning need to kind of absorb the comments made and see things differently, then perhaps that's a path that that needs to take place. That's the first comment. The second comment I would like to make is this. I can't say that I have a firm belief one way or the other on this property. But what I am concerned about is this. In the current climate of COVID, with people coming up to their cottages and spending more time and expanding their cottages, we're starting to get more pressures on density and development in our communities. And this may be an example of a situation where we have a small undersized lot where somebody has the belief that, hey, I've got it, I own it, I want to expand the development on it and turn it into a year-round property. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but we are going to get an enormous amount of pressure over the next 5 to 10 years for people doing this kind of thing. And I think we need to think seriously about what the policies really should be and whether this is in line with our OP zoning bylaws, etc., or if it isn't. And so with that, I will be quiet and
Dr. Spillo.
Thank you, Mayor Coutier. In response to Councillor Hazelton's remarks, administration will take any comments that have been provided by council and by any of the delegates today into consideration. They'll be reviewed by their merits. I want to assure Mayor and Council, just so that there's no doubt, that there's a highly trained team of experts that are reviewing these applications. And some people are registered professional planners. Some people aren't. Everyone's entitled to provide their thoughts through the public consultation process. And we encourage that, absolutely. We're open to that. And we will address that as part of any report that we have. So on that note, I want to address the second matter that was raised by Councillor Hazelton with respect to changing the official plan policies and our overall planning policies. That's part of a much larger issue, well beyond the scope of this application. That's something that needs to be addressed through a more strategic policy review. And I'll leave that with Mayor and Council for their thoughts on that matter. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to wind this up now. I say we've been at this well over an hour. I think that I think it should be clearly understood, and I trust that Councillor Hazelton did not intend to let me call it offend planning departments. That I think we had a good planning report. I regret that there wasn't a site visit, but I think we had a good planning report provided to us, and in discussion with council and with the applicant and the neighbors, some concerns were raised, and I'd fully trust that planning department will take those into account when they come back to us. One of the purposes of a public meeting is to get input. Not all public meetings end in a decision. Matter of fact, many of them end up with the matter coming back to council, which is exactly what I think is appropriate for in this particular case. So I'm going to say moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that council receives Development Service Report 2022-07.
Hello there. Hello, hello, sorry. I'm the husband of Marion Smith. I'd like to just make a couple of comments before you go to your resolution. If that's possible.
I would like to wind this down, but
I'll be very
give you a
quick,
couple
sir.
of minutes. As the applicant, I'll give you a couple of minutes, but only.
I'll be very quick. I'm not going to be like everyone else. Listen, the issue of the site meeting, first I want to say that we have been at this for almost 2 years. And we have, as my wife said, we've had a lot of professionals working with the township and your planning people. And I'm quite dismayed that all this work seems to come down to a couple of points which I would question. The issue of the high water mark is ridiculous. As my wife said, that was brought forward, I think, to try and derail this development by a neighbor The water has never, ever been what Mr. Braid says it was. The issue of the deer, people are discounting that the province has designated the area as deer habitat. So if we were to attempt to move the bunkie to the deer habitat, that is going to be a problem in itself. It's not whether there's deer there or not. The point of the matter is that it has been designated as deer habitat. And I would suggest to you that the report that was done, which took 1.5 years, was excellent. And this really comes down to one thing. When the guidelines were updated, there was no recognition for grandfathering. And grandfathering in our society is a major, major tool to allow existing structures or collective agreements or what have you to recognize the past and allow people to recognize the past and then move forward with new developments as they come to council. So I'm quite dismayed that when the former councilor members and the mayor were drafting their new guidelines, that they did not include recognition for the planning department of the possibility of grandfathering. We have, and finally, I want to say, if everyone really reads the report, we worked for 1.5 years with council and with our planner to meet the requirements as Gersom Wren says, to meet the requirements of the township and the district. We have positive letters from both, and yet it's coming down to the high water, flooding, and whether deer are walking through our backyard. I think everybody should take a look at this report, this session as a training session on how to do things differently in the future and stick to what is at hand as opposed to getting off track with minor issues that derail, I don't know, a 7-page report with a positive recommendation from the township, from the planning people. And I'm going to tell you again, I'm hearing that this is going to be deferred to more talking and more discussions with the township. I'm not sure anybody heard my wife. In the last 1.5 years, my wife and I have talked about this. We've talked about the grandfathering. We were hoping for a positive outcome until, to me, it was this project is trying to be derailed by a disgruntled neighbor. However, I want you to know that we have decided that we are not going to do something ridiculous like moving this cottage. We're not going to rip it down because it's in excellent shape. It's heritage for us. Our whole family feels good walking up to that seasonal cottage. It's got at least 30 years left on it. We have lots of friends. We have a big family. We could certainly use the space. And we have designed the new cottage so that we are not infracting on any bylaws in the town. We have decided that we are not going to rip this cottage down. We are not going to move it. And in that case, we will not build a new cottage, and we will not be living up in the township. We will not be paying property taxes, and we will not be spending our money in the community. And I think that is a shame. That's all I have to say. I don't know if this comes back, but we have spent a lot of money. We don't want to spend any more money on a resolution that might not get approved. This has already cost us around $15,000 to get to this point. And this is going to leave a real sour taste in our mouth simply about the process. The process is something I'm astounded by, that we could get to this point after 1.5 years, and we're talking about trivial matters like a flooding of water and whether deers are jumping through our backyard and our forest at the back. So I hope you've heard our comments. It would be a real shame that my wife and I could not retire to the township where we've been for so long. We've been good residents, good community members, and it would be a real shame if we shut the whole thing down and we just live somewhere else the rest of our lives. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments, Mr. Smith. We do appreciate your perspective, and I think it's a very important perspective. Having said that, I think it's also appropriate that we send this back to staff to respond to some of the concerns that we brought up. And so this should come in front of council, hopefully in the near future, at which time a decision will be made. With that, I say be it resolved that council receives Development Services Report 2022-07 and sends it back to staff to respond to the input received during this meeting. I'm sure there's better wording, but that's my intent. All those in favor? Thank you very much. That is passed. Council, it's 10 to 12. I never thought we'd go this far, take this much time to go through 3 applications. I'm going to suggest we take a break, a 10-minute bio break, and come back at noon hour to get the final zoning bylaw amendment looked at. We'll see you in 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay, it's 12 o'clock. Let's see if we can't get back on our next application, please, Council.
I'm unable to turn my video on, Mr. Mayor. It's I'm blocked out. There we go.
All right, so the next application in front of us is in regard to zoning bylaw amendment Z2201 in regard to 549 Go Home River Shore. To our planning department, please.
Hello, is Grissom signing on the line, please? Oh, we need Grissom added as a panelist again. There we go. Super.
I will be speaking to this application. Please give me a minute to start the presentation.
Sure.
I'm hoping everyone can see my screen.
You can see your screen. Thank you.
Okay. So I will be speaking to the zoning bylaw amendment application Z2201, which has been received by the township for lands addressed as 549 Go Home River Shore. The applicant for the application is R. William and Helen Robson. The address is 549 Go Home River Shore. In terms of the application review, it is to permit increased lot coverage and building height. The applicant is also seeking to recognize the existing undersized lot and accessory structures on the property. The applicant intends to demolish some of the existing structures, including the existing cottage, to make way for the proposed development. The staff recommend that the Township of Georgian Bay Planning Council grant approval to the zoning bylaw amendment application. Here's a location map of the subject property. The subject property is water access only and has an area of approximately 0.57 hectares and a frontage of approximately 80.83 meters. Here's an aerial view of the subject property. The applicant has declared in the application that that the property is currently occupied by a cottage, a bunkie, a woodshed, a tool shed, a watershed located on the dock platform, and an outhouse. There is a freestanding deck along the shoreline and 2 dock platforms. The rear of the property is largely a treed lot. Here are a few site photographs submitted by the applicant as a part of the application. The second photograph provides a better idea of the topography and terrain on the subject property. Here's a site plan showing the existing and proposed development on the property. The structures highlighted in red are proposed to be removed, and the yellow outline shows the envelope of the new proposed building. And I have a PDF of this plan ready, and we'll bring it up on the screen after this presentation so we can zoom in for a closer look as needed. This is a proposed dwelling design, and the applicant is proposing a single-story development on 3 levels, as you can see in the image here. And I'm happy to bring this up on the screen as well to enable zoom in if required. In terms of the applicable policy framework, the subject lands are considered rural lands in context of the provincial policy statement. The lands are designated waterfront area, and significant wildlife habitat has been identified on the portion of the property towards the north and northwest. However, development is not proposed in this portion of the property. The property is adjacent to a cold water lake, and high to very high potential for archaeological resources has been identified on the property. In terms of the township official plan, the subject property is designated waterfront in the Go Home Bay coastal waterfront community, and type 2 fish habitat has been identified adjacent to the subject property. Lastly, the property is zoned shoreline residential type 3 or SR3 in the township zoning bylaw. In terms of the planning analysis, the proposal is found to be consistent with the PPS, as residential development is permitted on rural lands and applicant intends to develop the subject lands for a detached residential dwelling. The applicant has proposed a step design for the new cottage to accommodate the topography of the subject property, which will enable the property to integrate well with the surrounding landscape. With respect to the district official plan, the proposed residential use is permitted in the waterfront designation, and development is proposed outside of the small portion of the property which is identified as a deer wintering area. The proposed development is set back further from the shoreline than the current development, which enables a required 20-meter setback from the shoreline and minimizes potential impacts on the abutting water body. In terms of the township official plan, the proposal conforms to the township OP, as the proposed uses are permitted in the waterfront designated lands in the Go Home Bay coastal waterfront community. Fish impact assessment is not required for type 2 fish habitats, and the development may be subject to site plan. The development will be subject to site plan control. Additionally, the proposed development is compatible with the surroundings, as a step design of the building will allow it to integrate with the natural landscape. With regards to the zoning bylaw, the subject property represents an existing undersized lot of record. Section 4.12A of the zoning bylaw allows the continuation of existing lots for purposes for which they were legally used prior to the effective date of the zoning bylaw. As the proposed lot will continue being used for residential uses, this condition is satisfied, and these deficiencies will be recognized through this amendment. With regards to the lot coverage, the total lot coverage within the 60 meters of the high water mark is 6.7%, while the total lot coverage is 5.2%. The increase in the lot coverage is a result of the difficult terrain of the subject property, which the applicant has tried to accommodate in their proposal. This has led to addition of stairs and a corridor in a single-story dwelling. Also, the applicant is proposing decks to the sides of the building to provide easy access to outdoor equipment such as a generator and solar power equipment. Through these decks, the applicant has avoided the need for multiple stairs and landings, which may create an unaesthetic view from the shoreline. As such, staff are of opinion that an increase of 1.7% in lot coverage in view of the topographical challenges and proposed design of the dwelling is desirable, and the general intent of the zoning bylaw is maintained. In terms of the height, the terrain also poses similar challenges with respect to the height of the proposed dwelling. The maximum permitted height is 6 meters, while the applicant is proposing a height of 7.6 meters. The proposed dwelling is single story on 3 levels to accommodate the slope of the land. So the height on any point of the ground to the height above it continues to be less than 6 meters, but when calculated from the average natural grade, the building is 7.6 meters. The proposed building will remain well below the tree line. As such, staff are of opinion that the proposed dwelling will integrate well with the surroundings and not stand out. A number of other issues were identified during the review with regards to the accessory structures on the subject property. The applicant currently has a small watershed located on the western dock, which is not permitted by the zoning bylaw. The structure will be required to relocate in compliance with the applicable provisions of the zoning bylaw through the site plan approval process. There's an outhouse located in the rear yard of the subject property, which leads to an eastern side yard setback of 2.4 meters, while 5 meters is required by the zoning bylaw. The outhouse is a legal non-complying structure, and its existing location will be recognized through this zoning bylaw amendment. There are 2 dock platforms on the subject property, one towards the west and one towards the center. They're both in excess of the maximum permitted width of 3.1 meters. The western dock is approximately 12.6 and the central dock is approximately 6 meters. Also, the western dock platform has a setback of 3 meters, while 5 meters is required by the bylaw. In this case, however, the dock platforms have already been built on the subject property. The removal and reconstruction of these docks are seen as a greater disturbance to the shoreline and the surrounding environment rather than their existence in its present location. As such, the location and size of the existing docks will be recognized through the zoning bylaw amendment. However, any future redevelopment or reconstruction of these docks will be as per the applicable provisions of the zoning bylaw. The sleeping cabin on the subject property has an area of 56.9 square meters, while a maximum of 56 square meters is permitted. However, the structure is legal non-complying and will be recognized through this amendment. Conclusively, the proposal moves development further away from the shoreline and enables front yard compliance with the zoning bylaw, and the general intent of the zoning bylaw is maintained. Staff therefore recommend approval of the application on the basis that the application is consistent with the PPS, conforms to the district and municipal official plan, and maintains the general intent of the zoning bylaw. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions now.
All right, thank you very much. To our clerk, any correspondence and file with regard to this application?
So 2 letters of no objection were received from the Madawaska Club of Go Home Lake Bay and the District of Muskoka. 5 letters of support were also received from Christina and Peter Skandrick, Emily Fells, Ian Dobson, Monica and Paul Beauregard, and Suzanne Beauregard and Mark O'Brien.
Thank you. Do we have the applicant present or any members of the public who wish to speak to this? Okay, I see the Robsons on screen. And we'll let them go ahead, and Ms. Way, while they're doing that, if you can ensure that any members of the public who want to speak to this are heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship, councillors, attendees, for the opportunity to be here. You've had a long meeting. We'll be brief, no more than 3 minutes tops, just for some context before taking your questions. I'm doing the talking for Helen and me, partly because this property at 549 Go Home River Shore was my parents'. They bought it in the late 50s, shortly after it was built, and those were different days, as you know. It was a prefab, not that sturdy, and when we inherited it in 2016, it was pretty run down and full of critters, not practical to renovate. The other reason that I'm talking is because the design that Ms. Saini was describing is my own. We got some very good feedback when we were first thinking about doing this in 2020 from the township staff. I just would like to underline that the step design is definitely designed to keep the building low to the ground. You'll know that the requirement for measuring is from the grade across the front of the building to the highest part of the roof, and that's why the total comes in above. You saw how close on the site plan the contour lines are to each other. It's about a 3 in 10 slope, so it's a bit challenging in that respect. But it does mean that the peak of the roof would be below the peak of the roof of the bunkie. It's below the ground to the north and to the east, and it's well below the tree line. As Ms. Saini mentioned, it's going to be moved back. The current building is 10 meters from the water, so it's going to be twice as far back, but the slope does impose a few requirements as we saw them with respect to the building itself and with the decks, as Ms. Saini emphasized. And so that is why we had originally, after discussions with the township staff, put in an application for a minor variance. We subsequently got advised that it would be better to apply for the rezoning instead, and so that's what brings us in front of you now. I think that it's just appropriate to close by emphasizing that we're here to try and replace a rundown cottage. That's the limit of our ambitions. We like the natural setting, being off the road, off the grid. We saw the pretty pictures that many of you have in the background. So there's one of ours. We want to fit with the goals of the official plan and the community. You've heard that we've received support, and our hope is to get on side, resolve anything that's outstanding. And so we hope that our submissions and the staff report and our presence here give council comfort with this application. Thank you again for your time at the end of a long meeting.
I wish it was the end of a long meeting, but we got all afternoon to go, I'm afraid. But thank you very much, Mr. Robson.
The fun part.
Mr. Foles, do you wish to add to the conversation?
Thank you. I'm here today in my capacity as chair of the Land Use Planning Committee for the Madawaska Club of Go Home Bay. We did submit a letter in response to this application, and I just wanted to check and see if council members received that letter, have had an opportunity to look at it. In that case, I won't one comment I would add with respect to lot coverage is that this development is limited or affected by the rule that the calculation of lot coverage must be within the lot area within 60 meters from the shoreline. And I submit that the reasoning behind that provision is largely with respect to very large lots, so that on very large lots, you don't have an over concentration of development along the shoreline. And of course, that isn't applicable in this case because we're not dealing with a large lot, we're dealing with a small lot. So when you look at the proposed development in terms of the structures, it is not unlike most other lots in the Go Home Bay area in terms of its overall coverage. And of course, it's also mitigated by the fact that there is Crown land surrounding this property as well. So that's all I have to say. The Madawaska Club has no objection to the proposed development. We believe it's appropriate and consistent with the goals and objectives of the official plan.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Way, I don't think I see any other members of the public here. Was there anybody else that you are aware of that wanted to make a comment?
There are members of the public in attendance, but they don't seem to wish to make comments at this time.
Okay, thank you. Well, at that point, then I believe I turn it over to council, and I've already got 3 keen councillors who want to make some comments. So we'll go Councillor Bocheck, followed by Cooper and Jarvis, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Bill and Helen, for joining us at our meeting today. I've reviewed the application in quite detail, and I can say for sure that the topography of this land has got many challenges, and I think you've come up with a suitable plan and building envelope for doing what you want to do. I would thank whoever's involved that sent us the topographical map, which shows the slope and the grade and all the challenges that you're dealing with. Those are my comments. The one question I have, and I'd like to direct this to our planning staff, is in the report from the district, and this is just a question of clarity, it's not a question of viability. It says significant wildlife habitat. And I've seen this on a lot of applications as a requirement of the District of Muskoka. Now, planning staff, significant wildlife habitat, that doesn't mean significant wildlife. That means that there could be rocks scattered on the ground that a snake could hide under, I guess, or it could mean that the existing area would be suitable for an animal to nest, I guess, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're there, is my understanding. Am I correct in assuming that? Perhaps Dr. Aspila can help us with that.
Thank you, Mayor Kusier. Through you to Councillor Bocheck, your understanding is correct. So it doesn't necessarily mean that the significant wildlife are there. It's the habitat, and site-specific study would be required to identify if they are there, if that was a concern.
Okay, thanks for the explanation. And I think the application is complete and it kind of follows in the guidelines of our official plan. So I have no other questions on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Kutsier, and thanks for the report, and welcome to the Robsons. A few observations. I think generally it's very encouraging to see an application like this, having just reviewed another application where you people are deciding to tear down a building and move it back. That's pretty good stuff as far as I'm concerned. So congratulations on that. I also wanted to say that, and it's been mentioned, but I think it's worthy of repeating is that there is support from the community and the MAD Club, as you call it. A lot of mad people. Anyway, surrounded by Crown land, that's pretty darn good. We've got habitat not only on your property, but adjacent. So I think the wildlife will do pretty darn well there. I really liked what I saw in terms of the actual building design, because of what I'm seeing there is it's all relatively one story, but it follows the land. And I'm a big fan of that. I happen to have a cottage just like that. It follows the land. And I like to see that, rather, things set down as much as possible to work with the land as opposed to fight with the land. And I think you've done that admirably here. So congratulations on that. It's a type 2 fish habitat. So, that's not an issue as far as I'm concerned. I will ask about the building height with our planners, if I may. It's, basically, I forget the meters, but it's around 20 feet high. And I think what I was hearing, and I'm pretty sure from the diagram, what I'm seeing is that every floor isn't 20 feet high. It's really that it's 20 feet from the measurement that we have to use from the front to the back of the building, and the building is sloping back. So in effect, the mass is following the land, and it's not 20 feet all the way along. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct, Councillor Cooper.
So fantastic. Great. Thank you. I think this is a good application.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
I'll echo the comments of both Councillors Bochek and Cooper. I have no questions with regards to the actual application from the applicants, but I do have some questions for planning staff, and that go back to the report itself. And Ms. Yanni, if you wouldn't mind just helping me with a couple of things. In the report under, actually very early on, you give a bunch of data, provision requirement, existing proposed compliance, yada, yada, yada. And you're saying lot area minimum requirement is 14,000 square meters, is that correct? And it's not in compliance. So the lot is actually 5,600 versus 14,000. Okay, I got that. Where was I on this? I was having, actually, you know what, in speaking to you, I'm actually coming to terms with this. Okay, I've cleared it up for myself, but I have one other question. That was in the report you gave us on screen. You talked about further dock development. And if you wouldn't mind pulling that up, I think you used one word, prior, as opposed to further, with future dock development. In the report that I'm reading that was given to us, the dock development wording is correct, but in the report you showed on screen, you had the word prior development has to conform to yada, 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 as opposed to further development, I believe is the word that should be used. Do you understand what I'm talking about?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct, Councillor. It must have been a misspoken. I must have misspoken. What I intended to say was any future development or redevelopment of the docks should comply with the zoning bylaw, which they currently do not.
Okay. That clears things up for me. I'm in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the council? Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. Yeah, I think you've done an excellent job at trying to work within the official plans and our bylaws, and well done. I mean, I agree with Councillor Cooper on the visual of this and the effort that's gone into the building itself as one floor. It's often very challenging to do with our topography up here, but I think you guys have done a great job. I'm in support of this application.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, I'll make one comment, and this is to planning staff in general. Would appreciate the occasional photograph with some of our applications, because I find that very helpful. Maybe I'm too much of a visual thinker, I don't know, but I would request on a go-forward basis that if photographs are available from the projects, that would be greatly appreciated. Whether they're taken by staff or they're taken by the applicants doesn't really matter to me, as long as they sort of give us a a better idea of what the property looks like, I would appreciate that. But seeing no other comments, I'm going to say I have moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that Council receives Development Service Report 2022-08 and acts bylaw 2022-017, being a zoning bylaw amendment, Z22-01, to facilitate the construction of a new dwelling on the subject property by permitting an increased lot coverage and building height, and provide applicable exemptions pertaining to the size and setbacks for the existing bunkie, docks, and outhouse structures. Any further comments? All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Cooper. We'll have to exchange notes on how to make this work. Thank you all.
Thank you. And I believe that ends the Public Act, the Planning Act public meetings portion of our meeting. So the next topic we have on our list is staff reports, and we have a number of them to go through. And the first one is compliance of floating structures within the township of Georgian Bay's waterways. Developing Services Department Report 2022-03. So let's talk about floating structures, please.
Thank you, Mayor Kutsier. So with an emphasis on talking about floating structures today. So myself and Cody Avery will be providing a verbal report on the written report that you've received. And in summary, council requested that we provide a detailed explanation on section 4.6, floating and water boathouses, barges, and dwelling units, and section 3.2, lands underwater, from the township zoning bylaw 2014-75. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk a bit about what is within the township's jurisdiction, what falls into other levels of government's jurisdiction, and potential enforcement challenges with respect to marine vessels. So with that being said, there's three levels of government at play with respect to enforcement matters for the waterways within the township. So the township of Georgian Bay has responsibility and the power to enforce matters under bylaws that we have passed. So in the context of our discussion today, we're going to be speaking about the zoning bylaw. The other levels of government, namely the provincial government, are responsible for the enforcement of matters under provincial legislation. And then there's the federal level of government in various departments under the federal government that are responsible for enforcing federal legislation. And this particularly applies to matters on Georgian Bay proper and along the Trent Severn waterway. So I'll start out with that. So last summer, as I think all of council is well aware, we received multiple complaints about floating structures on Little Lake. So our enforcement staff paid a visit to the subject structure in August of 2021, and that was to gather information about the subject structure. One of the issues that we immediately identified were the multi-jurisdictional aspects of enforcement with respects to this structure. So in September, we became aware of the federal responsibilities through Parks Canada with respect to the Trent Severn waterway. And their overall management of waterways such as the Trent Severn waterway. And it was advised back in September that Parks Canada advised the owner to move the structure out of the Ontario Waterways jurisdiction. Later on in October, as the report states, we became aware of Transport Canada having administrative responsibility to define what is considered as a vessel. And Transport Canada did define that the floating container structure was a vessel. In follow-up to these matters that I've just discussed, the township staff, we have worked extensively with legal counsel between October and January of this year and determined compliance of various vessels that are moored within the township's waterways. Following that consultation with legal counsel, we did an analysis, and that's summed up in the report. So jurisdiction of the waterways in Township of Georgian Bay, there's 3 components. Township of Georgian Bay has enforcement responsibilities. Parks Canada has responsibility for the Trent Severn Waterway. Transport Canada has enforcement responsibilities for waterways in general. We as a township, and I will emphasize this just so that everybody's clear, we only have authority to enforce policies that have been enacted by the township. So the policy that we've enacted by a township that is applicable to this situation is zoning bylaw 2014-75. Through the zoning bylaw, we've established a number of different zones. One of those zones deals with what is called open space. Open space has subzones of open space, crown land, and lakeshore. We also have zones of environmental protection and other shoreline zones. We have shoreline residential, we have residential, we have shoreline residential island. We can enforce matters on those zones. So notwithstanding any other provisions in our zoning bylaw, no person shall use or attach any in-water boathouse, barge, marine vessel, or any other floating structure or building used for a dwelling unit. That's a very important term here, used as a dwelling unit in any of the zones that I've just mentioned. So based on our legal interpretation that we've obtained, floating structures used as dwelling units are not permitted in any of those zones. The opportunity to enforce that is subject to the will of council. Now, the other area that we looked at with respect to our zoning bylaw is lands underwater. So lands underwater, in most cases, they aren't necessarily subject to the provisions of our zoning bylaw, with the exception of open space lakeside, the LS subzone. So that can be used in accordance with the zoning of the abutting and appertaining lands of a subject property. So open space zones, just once again for council, because I'm sure there's going to be lots of questions about this. Open space 1, OS 1, golf course, OS 2, crown land, CL, lakeside, LS. So based on the township's investigation, we're taking the position that through the application of section 4.6 of zoning bylaw 2014-75, floating in-water boathouses, barges, and dwelling units, the floating structures are prohibited if they have a dwelling unit as part of the structure. The township zoning bylaw prohibits the use of any of these in the zones that I've just mentioned. Furthermore, storage containers, sea cans, whatever we want to call them, in-water boathouses, and any other accessory building or structure for human habitation, emphasis on human habitation here, is not permitted in the township of Georgian Bay. Now, if we talk a bit about the federal legislation, So Parks Canada they've identified that the Trent Severn Waterway is a National Historic Site that they administer. Parks Canada is aware of a company fabricating floating container structures. And we have worked together with staff from Parks Canada to understand what jurisdictional issues apply regarding structures that are located on the Trent Severn Waterway. And it is the township staff's understanding that Parks Canada has been in contact with the said owner of the structure and advised them that the structure is not in compliance with the legislation that is in Parks Canada's jurisdiction. Transport Canada, the other federal agency that oversees recreational and commercial vessel safety. So the Canada Shipping Act, they define a vessel as a boat, ship, or craft designed, used, or capable of being used solely or partly for navigation in, on, through, or immediately above water without regard to method or lack of propulsion, and includes such a vessel that is under construction. It does not include a floating object of a prescribed class. So, although floating container units, they're not a typical craft. They are considered as vessels by virtue of the Canada Shipping Act of 2001 definition. So Transport Canada has advised township staff that they will be reaching out to the owner of the vessel to ensure that they're aware of their obligations under the Canada Shipping Act, and to confirm that the vessel is registered appropriately in the vessel data registry. In the report, we've also talked about the definitions, and I'm not going to go into the definitions. Everybody can read what the definitions from the zoning bylaw are here. If there are questions, we'll be happy to discuss those a bit further. We have noted that there are financial implications should council decide to pursue an enforcement avenue. And for today's purposes, I don't want to discuss the specifics of the enforcement avenue. That could be, if council chooses to go that route, that would be the subject of a follow-on discussion. There would be costs associated with it that are not currently budgeted for, and there would be resource issues. So I will advise council of that upfront. That could be something we could look at in greater detail as part of one of the options that we've suggested in the recommendations section of this report. And with that, I will turn it over. I'll turn it back to Mayor Kutsier and council, and look forward to the discussion on this matter. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that. I'm sure there will be some discussion, so we might as well just lead it off, and we'll start with Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Bochek, please.
Try and keep this short, but it might be 20 questions. No, not really. But I just wanted to say to Dr. Aspila, thank you for this report. It's quite comprehensive. We have enforced in the past against issues similar to this, in that there have been floating cottages on steel hulls that have been forced to have been removed from where they were anchored adjacent to a shoal, for example, permanently anchored, I might add. So there is some history that this has already been in play in the past. So I just wanted to, and I think we have a specific bylaw that references that. So I'm not sure so the question is, what you're talking about and what I'm talking about, are they one and the same thing?
Through Mayor Kutsier to Councillor Cooper, today we're specifically speaking with respect to floating container structures.
I understand what you're saying. I'm asking, are you applying the bylaw that was allowed to be used in the past? You know?
I don't have an answer for that. That's something that we can look into as part of further direction from council on this matter.
Thank you. And I think there is something, but I would also like to say that you know, we're spending a lot of energy going down a road dealing with one problem, but we have about 3 different types of problems that are very closely related. And that includes vessels that are, I'll call them transient boats, shall we say, that are being used as habitations at very specific locations, seasonal residences out on Georgian Bay, sometimes 2, 3, 4 cruisers that stay on site for a long period of time. And it's just another form of people trying to find a way to have a very inexpensive cottage. So I hope we can learn to look at that issue. There's also an example recently of an island that's very tiny that has tons of dockage and several vessels at that island. Overuse, I would suggest there could be a high risk of overuse of septic systems, etc. And then there's a mooring buoy with another 3 30 to 40 or 50-foot vessels tied together, is also an issue from an environmental perspective, if nothing else. So I just am sort of, while I'm interested in the sea container issue and think it should be disallowed, it's a one of 3. So I would ask that our planning staff keep that in mind. Thank you.
Mayor Kreutzer, if I may reply through you, Your Worship, for today's discussion, the issues that are being brought up, yes, they are legitimate issues. For the purpose of today's discussion, this report was brought forward specifically to address the concerns that council raised with respect to this floating container structure. So in the effort of having an expedient and efficient discussion on this matter, we can take the other comments under advisement, as we always do when council provides information and comments to us. But for today, the direction we're working under is strictly pertaining to the floating container structures. Thank you.
Excuse me if I could just say, Dr. Aspola, that I did raise these other 2 issues some time ago when we started talking about the floating containers. So it's not new. And I just think it's critical to not be doing onesies when it's really a 3Z. So there we go. Thank you.
Thank you through Your Worship for the question. And if should council provide additional direction with respect to which matters they are directing administration to pursue, we'll be happy to undertake those. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, you know, yes, your report addresses floating structures. Councillor Cooper has raised the matter of yacht anchorage, if I can use that phrase just to summarize, numerous times in the past. So that is not a new topic to us. And I think it also needs to be addressed. But I'm going to let other councillors bring up their conversations, comments, and see where we can go somewhere. Because I know I have a few comments I'd like to make as well, but council first. So next in line is Councillor Bocek, followed by Councillor Jarvis, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'll preface this by saying that these questions that I'm going to ask of our planning department are not directed from me, but directed to me from our Cottage Association. One of their concerns was the enforcement aspect of this. And they said to me that Transport Canada has deemed these to be a vessel. I think that is in everybody's knowledge. However, it's not a pleasure craft. It would be a commercial vessel. And as a couple of us councillors know, in order to captain a commercial vessel, you have to have your Marine Master Mariner's license, and you have to comply with NIMI 1, and you have to comply with VHF and a number of other certifications. So their question is, in enforcement of this, currently the Transport Canada laws are not enforced by the RCMP, which surprised me. I thought they would be. But they use the OPP, which is a provincial body in order to meet compliance. In other words, if you're on a vessel and you don't have the right license or you don't have compliance, it's the OPP that issues the fine or the summons because you've broken a Transport Canada law. So just going to go back to my notes here. The question being posed is, if the OPP are in governance of the federal mandates and they do the enforcement, would they not be also involved in the enforcement of any bylaws that had been circumvented in order to carry on their business as they're doing? And I have to say, I think I probably have the answer for that, but I was asked to ask our planning department this question.
Dr. Spillo.
Thank you, Mayor Coots here. Enforcement matters are one of the topics that we would look at in greater detail. And that's one of the recommendations that we've put forward as an option for council to direct staff to look at. We need to get a closer handle on what the options that may be available through other partnering agencies. I don't have a firm answer for you on that one at this time, Councillor Bocek.
That's great. I thank you for your honesty on that. And I didn't see it in the report. So maybe if that's something that could come back in a I guess a final report or whatever. I think it is a question worth an answer, and we'll wait for that. We'll wait for that from your department. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, I'm just, mine is pursuant to comments made by Councillor Cooper, responded to by Dr. Aspla. And Dr. Aspla, I'm seeking clarification once again. Within the township zoning bylaw 2014-75 as amended, which you've noted in your report, provisions of section 3, and then under that section 4.6, the verbiage there states, no person shall use or attach any in-water boathouse, barge, marine vessel, or other floating structure or building, yada, yada, yada. Marine vessel, do we have within our bylaws or within that bylaw a definition of marine vessel?
So marine vessel, it is mentioned in our bylaw, and we would, and it is defined as a craft designed to float on the water, including a boat, barge, or ship. So the short answer is yes, it is defined, and it is a specific definition that we can fall back on should we wish to, with respect to future enforcement matters, should council direct us to do so.
Yeah, I'm hoping to clarify comments, questions raised by Councillor Cooper. Perhaps we have that covered, is what I'm getting at. In short, my observation after reading the report is that we have perhaps the tools in hand to police, for want of a better word, our waterways, apropos of floating vessels, be they sea cans, large yachts, etc., which is, in my mind, is good. I'm hoping that is the case. I have one other question, and that is, if a property, just a matter of interpretation, Dr. Aspel, if a property is listed for sale as being a yachting haven, could you, from I don't know, what would be your impression of what that means?
Through you, your worship, you know what, I think if it's a yachting haven, that's subject to, it's a very subjective interpretation. It's not something that we have defined in any of our policy to the best of my knowledge.
Yeah, we have, there are a number of small islands that are due to grandfathering situations have docks. They don't have the size of property to be developed. I'm thinking of that island. Is it Island 195 is one of them off Star Island, and we have a number by us, and I'm sure there are a few others. And we want to, I guess we want to assure ourselves that that those islands aren't used in the context of, putting a sea can or whatever else. But anyway, I was just wondering what you're thinking about that. Anyway, thank you for your help.
Councilor Yanko.
Yeah, my question is to basically the CCAN issue we have in Little Lake. My understanding, of course, is that Parks Canada, federal government, Parks Canada, has indicated that they want that vessel removed from their park, which is all the Severn River and Gloucester Pool. And so my question to you, Dr. Asplis, is that sufficient to remove this vessel from Gloucester Pool? And I guess if so, then they obviously can move out in Georgian Bay, and that's where then we become involved in policing. But do you feel we've resolved the issue in Gloucester Pool?
Through Mayor Coutier to Councillor Rienko, as of this time, I'm aware, staff are aware of what Parks Canada has advised of with respect to the removal of said vessel. Is the issue resolved at this point? I don't have information to conclude that it is, so I won't state that it is. There is a possibility that the vessel could be moved to another location, and if it's moved to another location, it will depend on where it's moved and who has jurisdiction over that body of water.
Thank you. Councillors Hazelton or Douglas, do you wish to speak to this matter?
If I may.
You may.
Thank you. So thank you for the report. I find that we are kind of what I'll call nibbling along in progress on this, and I would love to see giant strides, but I guess that's not really possible. But I really got excited when we first heard about this LS zoning and the potentials that it might have for our township. And we've heard from a couple other councillors about, do we have the ability of dealing with this? Do we have to wait for these other jurisdictions, or can we just take a step forward? And I think I saw in your report that there were concerns about cost, etc. And I'll get to my question in a second here, but the I guess when it comes from my perspective, this is such a serious issue for our township that I don't want to ignore the cost element of a court case, but what we've learned in the past in our society is without a court case, often action is deferred forever. And once you have a court case, as we have in the Skidmore decision dealing with large liveaboard boats mooring at docks, instead of it being a cottage dock, with and I'm sure there's several others, until you get a court decision, you feel weak that you may not be able to enforce these bylaws. And I would very much support our township taking on this matter, testing out the real defendability of our bylaw to actually control this in waters within our township boundaries. And so absolutely want to support directions that take us in that direction. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Douglas, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back to something that Councillor Cooper said. And in fact, yes, Councillor Cooper, you did bring up floating palaces, as I call them, out on the bay. I think that's as big a problem as anything. I just wanted to ask the question here in section 4.6, floating in water, boathouse, barge, and dwelling units are not allowed to be attached to the shoreline, residential, open space, and such not here. And then you speak about the lands under the water attached to those. Am I in the understanding that this would, perhaps I'm not reading it correctly, but that if someone was to be moored outside of these areas where they are not allowed to be used as dwellings, that they also would fall under that category of being, we may be able to action something on that?
Through Mayor Coetzee to Councillor Douglas, that is the legal opinion that the township has received. So yes, your interpretation is correct.
So we quite possibly do have grounds here to be able to move forward with enforcement on this, or is that the piece that we're going to maybe take a look at on how to move forward with that? Because it seems to me we have a good basis here to start, which is what I think our council is saying in this particular conversation. And if that's the case, I hope that we move forward, or I hope that all of council requests that we move forward on how we can actually action this, because it seems that we have the grounds here, the good grounds and a good basis to start moving forward to action some of this.
Thank you. I wonder if I can follow up on that with my comments. I heard, Dr. Spiller, during part of your presentation that you will be visiting the owners of these container homes and advising them that they are considered a vessel and therefore must meet all requirements of a vessel per Transport Canada. Did I hear that correctly?
You heard that partially correctly. So, Mayor Coetzee, in response to your question, administration, the enforcement elements of administration have already visited the manufacturer of the subject vessel and the vessel in question. And my understanding is that took place on August 11th of last year. Further to that, Transport Canada, I'm just going to clarify, refer back to my notes here. Perhaps Cody, you can jump in and can you clarify which agencies have spoken to the vessel owner and manufacturer, please?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. To your question, Mayor, as Chris mentioned, the first part was correct there in terms of enforcement staff site visit on August 11th. Further, in the earlier discussion, Chris mentioned that both Parks Canada and Transport Canada are the two federal agencies that have essentially provided their position or stance on the matter. With reference to the vessel portion, that would be Transport Canada that has defined the floating structure as a vessel as per the Canada Shipping Act. So I guess in summary, to answer your question, staff have not provided that definition or that the designation of the vessel. That would be Transport Canada's definition under the Canada Shipping Act.
I appreciate that, but no, I was sure what I'd heard Dr. Spiller say during his presentation that we would be, like, as in the future, be advising the manufacturer of these vessels that they are classified as vessels. But my question, but I'm thinking, well, if you're going to visit them and advise them that, by the way, they're manufacturing vessels per Transport Canada, to me, that's the perfect opportunity to advise them. Oh, by the way, you are, our local bylaws include A, thou shalt not put any gray water, dump any gray water anywhere within our township. I don't, those aren't the exact words, but that's what they say. And B, that all waters within our township that are not otherwise zoned are zoned LS, and therefore, and we, in our laws, our bylaws, we say that you cannot anchor a home in LZ waters. And again, I'm not using the exact words, but the exact words are in your report. And I'm thinking, why can't we advise the manufacturer of these facts, copying the OPP, who in the past have said when they will assist us in enforcing our bylaws. So therefore, the OPP, I think, should be made fully aware of what our bylaws are in regard to these vessels that per Transport Canada, and that therefore the OPP, in part of their rounds, as you well know, they can board vessels for inspections. They can confirm that this vessel is dumping gray water. Boom, you're breaking the bylaw. You must get that fixed. They can confirm that this vessel is a home anchored in our waters, which is illegal. Boom, you must get that fixed. Like I'm thinking to my mind, our bylaws are very clear. The OPP is an enforcement agency that is willing to support local bylaws. Why do we have to make this complicated?
Through your worship, if I could respond to your comments there in terms of an enforcement perspective. There, obviously, council has been provided the information that we do have sections within our zoning bylaw that, you know, possibly or perhaps provide the township with the tools to enforce the matter. The basis of the report, additionally, besides the township's responsibility to enforce or you know, oversee municipal bylaws, both Transport Canada and Parks Canada, being federal government bodies, are taking enforcement action. And to that further, the OPP, from my knowledge, was on site during the summer months, as were about 10 other different federal, provincial agencies. And there's active enforcement undertaken by provincial and federal governments that is currently being done. So the basis, and I think just from an enforcement perspective, yes, we do have a zoning bylaw. However, there are federal agencies that are currently actively trying to enforce their own legislation, and that puts us in a position that, you know, I think from an enforcement perspective, there are agencies that are doing that work, and for us to also enforce our zoning bylaw perpendicular right now is not the best move.
Well, I'm going to respectfully disagree in that in part, can I put it that way, in part, because I think that, does it make sense for you to go individually on top of into this vessel and say, you know, get this vessel off our waters, or I'm going to fine you $1,000 or whatever the case is? No, I'm not suggesting that. I'm suggesting that the people like the OPP, as well as the owner of these vessels, are advised of our bylaws, so they know that when they're on board these vessels enforcing federal provincial regulations, that they, oh, by the way, there's also township regulations that aren't being met by these vessels. I just think that we should make sure that all agencies, including the OPP, are fully aware of what our bylaw says, as well as the owner of the vessel. And so the owner of the and I think the owner of the vessel should be advised with a certified letter. These are our bylaws, so therefore they can't put all this false advertising. They meet all regulations. And if anybody wants to acquire one of these vessels, they should be made aware that we can't stop them from being manufactured in our township. We can't stop them from being sold in our township, but we can stop them from being used in our township. And any buyer should be aware of the fact that they have to get it out of our township if they want to use it. My bit. Dr. Espilla, and then we'll do a second round, which will be led off by Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you, Mayor Kutsier. You hit on a really key point there. Under the zoning bylaw, the use is not permitted in specific areas of our township under zoning bylaw 2014-75, and that's what we can enforce. What administration is really seeking, and it goes back to the recommendation, is we're seeking direction on whether we're going to bring back a further report to council with direction on enforcement steps regarding the floating structure in Port Severn, and by the sounds of it, potentially other matters. And we'll be happy to do so at council's pleasure.
All right, thank you. Councillor Bocek, followed by Councillor Douglas's, Cooper, and Wienko, I see so far.
Thank you. A couple of comments and then followed up by a question. And knowing that our planning department is fairly new to the area, I just wanted to inform you on a couple of things that may be of interest. The town of Port Severn, or the hamlet of Port Severn, is where we live and where our families are and where our neighbors are. Now, I don't want this to be a burden, our bylaws or our LSO, to be a burden on anybody else. In other words, I don't want to shift our problem to someone else. Port Severn consists of Georgian Bay Township, Tay Township, and Severn Township, all within a stone's throw of each other. And my concern is that if we order these things out of here, they're going to show up 20 feet away from us in the next township, which is only on the other side of the bridge here in Port Severn. So my question is to you, the LS zoning that we have currently in our bylaws, which is that exclusive to the township of Georgian Bay? Would it be found in other townships' official plans or zoning bylaws? And B, how much communication have you had with our neighboring townships about this zoning compliance? Because we're all in this together. We all sit looking at each other. If it moves from my front yard over to my father's front yard, I'm not really happy. So I think we need to have communications with our neighboring townships here too, not move our problems to someone else. You in agreement, Dr. Espilla?
Through Mayor Kutsier to Councillor Bocek, we're early on in the process. This is the first report that we've brought back to council, and I'm in agreement with you that it's not desirable to push this off onto somebody else. It will be an issue that I will be bringing forward, subject to the nature of direction I receive from council, and it will be a discussion topic with my colleagues in our neighboring municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas, please.
There we go. Thank you. I'm just going to bring this up because I have firsthand experience with something almost right to the core, similar to this. When I lived in New Zealand, I was bylaw officer for the Waitemata Harbor, which is one of the busiest harbors in the world. That's the Auckland Harbor. As an enforcement officer trying to deal with illegal mooring, living aboard, and so on, which we had very similar problems. And this was, we were controlled under Harbor Master and the Auckland Council. Similar kind of situations came up. Once you get your enforcement plan in place, if we have the bylaws in place that do not allow people to do this, once you have your bylaw enforcement regime in place of how you deal with this, it's very difficult for anybody to fight against that. We just need to have the plan. We have the bylaw already in place from what I'm seeing, which is my previous question. But I can tell you, with starting off with verbal, then written to the company or to the offenders, and then removal is exactly how we went down that track. And I was involved with that firsthand, working for Harbor Masters. So I really encourage that, we seem to already have quite a bit of the framework in place. is that we do go ahead and start working on what the enforcement looks like to push this forward. Even though there are other entities involved, the OPP and the feds and the, you know, transport waterways and so on, it's in our township. We have the bylaws. We have the ability to do it by the sounds of it. And I think, quite frankly, we just need to start moving forward with putting in place our enforcement on how we're going to do that, and what other agencies come forward with what they apply. I don't think overrides us, or maybe that's something we can find out. But I'm looking at this, just trying to pare it down, and I think we have the groundwork already. The framework's already there. So I hope that the next report that comes back has some sort of idea, or gives us some sort of suggestions on how you would move forward to enforce this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor, and certainly agree with Councillor Douglas. We need to find a way to move forward to the next step. And as far as the sea cans are concerned versus other vessels, they could be used. It could be used as a test case, I guess, for us. But we have lots of other problems have been there a lot longer than the sea cans. And so one of the thoughts I had is that just as trucks were dealt with on the Ambassador Bridge, brochures were handed out to the truckers. This is what's going to happen to you if you don't move by this date. You'll be charged this amount of money and you will be towed away, whatever. So if we had an information piece like that that could be handed out not only to the sea cans, but to these vessels that are out on Georgian Bay that are intensifying many locations, those brochures could be handed out, and that would detail our enforcement plan. And so that's a suggestion. A brochure could be very helpful, and obviously has worked recently on the Ambassador Bridge. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yanko.
Thanks. I guess my question is to Cody. In your discussion a few minutes ago, you indicated that the Transport Canada and Parks Canada have done some form of enforcement on the CCAN issue. I'm aware that they visited the site as you have, but I'm not aware of any legitimate enforcement that's gone on. Maybe can you explain what type of enforcement? Have they received letters or legal documents or fines or whatever? But what do you mean by enforcement?
Through your worship, to Councillor Wianco, the township doesn't have a formal copy of information that was provided to the owners. It's our understanding and conversation with these agencies that they've been issued an order to vacate the Trent Severn waterway under contraventions of their legislation within Parks Canada.
Okay, then I would suggest you get a copy of that, because that means that kind of is a bit of a done deal when it comes to Gloucester Pool. So I would encourage staff to get a copy of any of that correspondence, and so we don't have to repeat that type of enforcement.
Through your worship, to respond to that comment, we could try to get a copy of that order, but it is a federal matter under their legislation. So no promises on obtaining a copy of that information.
Thank you. It'd be interesting to see. Councillor Jarvis or Hazelton, do you want to join in on this round? Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I think we've been talking around this a lot, and I think what I'm seeing here is the tools are in place for us to provide some enforcement of our bylaws. The question then becomes, as per the report given to us by the planning department, is enforcement and the cost of enforcement. And I guess that's my question. I think next steps are, judging by comments made by fellow councillors, that we would like to see some enforcement. And and further to that, I presume that is a direction that our Dr. Aspel is seeking from us, is where do we want to go next? And I think we've been answering that question right here and now. So my question back to him is, okay, we want to enforce. What's involved in that part of the process from your perspective?
Through Mayor Coutier to Councillor Jarvis. So the next step is for administration to come up with some potential options for enforcement and bring them back to council. That's what's being suggested with one of the recommendations that you have before you. Level of service for enforcement, that's going to be obviously a consideration, considering the current resources available for bylaw enforcement at the township and the current demands for services. So that will be factored in. That'll be something we'll look at, and we'll bring back options with our next report.
If I may, I'm going to take my turn, and I'm going to make some suggestions. Suggestion one is that you create a notice, a pamphlet, a letter. I'm not sure quite what you want to describe it, but something that simply states these are the bylaws in place. And I think you'd absolutely want to include no gray water dumping. You'd absolutely want to include no anchoring in our LS zone, and you'd want to include the current fines that might be applicable if we've set fines at this point, or come back to council with suggestions in that regard. Because I do then think that this copy of this information should not only be sent to the owner of the vessel by registered mail, but also copy to every agency, federal and provincial, that we've discussed this matter with, and our neighbors, our neighboring municipalities, and the OPP, so that everybody is fully informed of what our bylaws are. And these bylaws were in place long before this vessel was created. In other words, we didn't create these bylaws to stop this person. These bylaws were in place beforehand. And I think we have to inform everyone, because we now know more than we as council, we as staff, if I may boldly speak on behalf of staff as well, we now know things we didn't know 6 months ago. And this is very useful information, and I think it needs to be shared. And I think that is step one, because we can talk about cost of enforcement and how much it would cost to get Cody licensed and armed with 2 or 3 guns, but that's not where we want to go. Because we can't afford to have we can't afford to do a Windsor, if I can put it that way, on floating vessels. But we can certainly share information and make sure everybody knows what our laws are. And we all pay good taxes for OPP to help enforce the laws. And I'm sure they will assist. We all, Transport Canada and Parks Canada and all that, I'm sure OPP would be happy to assist them as well, to inform the owners or operators of these vessels that they are breaking a list of laws, both federal, provincial, and municipal, and therefore advise them that the best thing they can do is cease and desist. To me, that's a logical next step, is prepare that documentation so that we can share it with almost anybody we can think of who would like to know that these are the facts. It could be an appropriate form that, as I believe was Councillor Cooper suggested, could be shared with various property owners who have been known to harbor, if that's the right word, or there's a pun there, I don't know, harbor vessels in excess of what our bylaws would allow. So to me, Now, I don't have council approval yet, but that'd be my suggestion to council to say to you is this should be our next step. And considering that you've prepared this report already, you have a lot of the information at your fingertips already. Pick the person, pick the best wordsmiths on staff and produce that information sheet. That's my idea. With that, let's do one more quick round, council, if anybody's interested, and move on to our next topic because it's already 1:20. I see councilors Douglas, Wienko, and Cooper so far. Councilor Douglas, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify something because I've heard it come up a couple of times. I've heard reference to the LS zone being being prohibited. Are we not talking about more than the LS zone? Am I reading this right? It says residential SR, SR1. Perhaps the planning department could just verify what I'm reading here. It's not just the SL zone, it's quite a few of our zones. Am I correct?
Through Mayor Kreutzer to Councillor Douglas, yes, you're correct.
Okay, thank you for that.
It entirely depends on the specific circumstances that staff are keenly aware of now.
Okay, thank you for that information. The other thing in regards to coming up with information for enforcement, I can only say that, you know, you may have to go to legal on this one, but if you try to get a plan from point A to B, starting off with written, as Mayor Coutier has brought up, and many others on the council here, but there may be a relevant number of times that has to be handed out and verbal before removal could actually take place. And that might be a multi-level enforcement strategy that has to happen down the road. And that would be, you know, dealing with your other levels of enforcement. But I agree with Mayor Coutier. I hope we put some sort of resolution today asking staff to go ahead and start looking at how that looks, because I think we have the grounds to start. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Wienko, please.
I think Councillor Douglas just mentioned it, is that anything we hand out to these people should be run by a legal, because I think we can expect that there might be a lawsuit in this someplace along the line. So I think we better be careful what we do hand out and make sure our legal people are happy.
Thank you. Dr. Spilla.
Thank you, Mayor Coutier. Through you to council, before we proceed with any sort of action or wording, we'll be seeking appropriate legal counsel on the matter.
Thank you. Councilor Cooper, please.
Mayor, I'll be very brief. I'm of the view that we need to get Cody a nice sea-doo, and he can go around with brochures and visit all these vessels and pass out the information. I was going to suggest a bazooka, but I think the actual handing out the brochures would be a little more appropriate. So thank you, Cody. There's a good summer for you. Thank you.
All right. Now, the resolution that I have in front of me is moved by Councilor Wienko, second by Councilor Bocek. Be it resolved that council receives Development Services Department Report 2022-03 for information purposes, and that council understands that there are senior levels of government that have greater authority and tools to control flowing structures within the township waterways, and that council directs staff to bring a report to council for further direction on the enforcement steps regarding the floating structures located in Port Severn. I'm asking if staff requires anything further than what I just read in order to move ahead as per what we've been discussing during this meeting.
Mayor Coutier, thank you. In response to your question, that provides staff with sufficient information to proceed with respect to the follow-on report that you just mentioned in the potential council resolution. Thank you.
All right, staff, are you ready for me to call the vote? All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that's unanimous. All right. Before we continue any further, if I understand Clerk Way and Acting CEO Boutiette, I don't believe we're having any guests from district coming at 2 o'clock. Is this now confirmed?
That is correct, Your Worship.
So I'm going to propose, given that we now take a break until 2 o'clock for a bite to eat. And at 2 o'clock, we continue with the Planning Council. And at its conclusion, if we haven't reached dinner hour, we then initiate our special council meeting without any guests. Ms. Boutiette, you have an opinion on this? No, okay. So let's break now, and then at 2 o'clock, we'll come back and try to complete Planning Council and hopefully has time left over for our special council meeting, which has one item on its agenda, basically, which is to talk about solid waste management. All right, that's how I see the afternoon. Bon appetit, and enjoy your lunch. Thank you. All right, 2 o'clock. I'm hoping everybody's about to join us. Oh, good. We have a clerk, because even if we have quorum, without a clerk, we're helpless. Isn't that what I'm supposed to say, Ms. Way? All right, so next on our agenda is site plan amendment in regards to 35 Lone Pine Road. And I think, is that not for charging stations, if my memory is working?
You are correct, Mayor Kutsier.
And are you the person telling us all about it?
I'm the one who's gonna tell council all about it.
Well, then let's do it.
And if I could ask that the clerk allow me to share my screen. Okay, so what we have here is a site plan control application was submitted in order to facilitate an amendment to an existing agreement for the electrical fast vehicle charging stations. Tesla is looking to replace their existing technology at the gas station just south of the administration building on Lone Pine Road with some newer technology. And in order to facilitate that, they're requesting an amendment, and I'll share my screen now to show what they're proposing. And why is it not appearing as an option? Okay, can you see the site plan on my screen now?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. So what Tesla is proposing in conjunction with the owner of the property at 35 Lone Pine Road is to amend their site plan agreement to allow for 2 new phases of development of charging stations. So the first involves a replacement of the existing charging cabinets and stations located in the area where I'm hovering my mouse over. And right here, you may be familiar with them if you've pulled in to the property to take a look at them. I certainly have myself, and for a proposal for a future phase 2. So we're simply looking for administration, or we're looking for council's approval of administration's recommendation to support the amendment for the proposed site plan. And you have it before you, and I'll be happy to respond to any questions.
All right. I'm looking to see if anybody has their hand raised. And at this point, oh, did I just, yep, Councillor Jarvis. We know we can count on Councillor Jarvis to start the conversation.
Well, thank you. Having just finished my lunch. And I'm fine with this. I'm just making sure there is a median between the charging stations and Lone Pine Road. Is that correct? And it will remain.
That is correct, and it will remain.
Thank you.
If you stop sharing your screen, then I'd be able to see everybody's faces a little more readily. There we go. Anybody else wish to comment? Well, while you're thinking about it, what I have in front of me is moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that Council adopts Bylaw 2022-018 for the proposed amendment, Appendix A site plan, to the existing site plan control agreement for 35 Lone Pine Road to permit the erection of electric vehicle fast charging stations and cabinets and allow for phase 2 expansion of the proposed vehicle charging facilities. Councillor Jarvis.
I believe Councillor Douglas had her hand up first.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Councillor Jarvis. So I'm just wondering if there's any financial repercussions with this, or is this just the actual change?
This is a site plan amendment. There's no additional financial issues associated with this application.
Okay, thank you for that.
And for me, just a helpful possible wording change, take out the word erection and put in the word installation. It's a little bit more comprehensive for what they're going to be doing.
Administration's comfortable with that proposal?
All right. Change of wording has been noted. For the installation of electric vehicles, fast charging stations. All those in favor? Wow, if only all items in our agenda went like that, we'd be out enjoying the sunshine by now. Okay, now we're at extension of draft approval of plan of subdivision Port Severn Heights Phase 2, S 2016-1 Development Services Department Report 2022-10.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Coetzee. I'm hoping that these next three reports are also as expeditious as our last one. This is one of the items that that administration will be looking to include in a future delegation of authority bylaw amendment, rather than bringing reports of this nature to council. Township staff are supporting the extension of the draft plan of subdivision, and we are reviewing the business process for this sort of application as part of our review of the delegation of authority bylaw. So we're seeking that Planning Council affirm administration support of the draft plan here. As background, this application has already been approved by the District of Muskoka. So there has been, as you're aware, there's been a change of CAO at the township, and in consultation with our CAO, our acting CAO and myself, we've decided on bringing reports of this nature to council to have them affirmed, just so that they are aware that administration is making a recommendation to the district planning department, and we will continue to do so until the delegation of authority bylaw is changed, if it is changed. Previously, administration provided comments that were based on the review of staff prior to my arrival, and in consultation with the former CAO, I submitted comments to the district, and we're bringing forward this report in response to the district asking it to get affirmed by council. So administration's thoughts on this matter: it's in the township's interest to support the proposed extension of draft approval for the proposed development. The development's located west of the core of Port Severn, a short drive from the growing community center, and amenities located on Lone Pine Road. So as I've mentioned, we do not have a formal business process in place for the processing of applications such as this. So we're, out of the abundance of caution, we're bringing it forward to council. And it's noted that many Ontario municipalities have authority for administrative matters such as this delegated formally to their director of planning or equivalent through the use of a delegation of authority bylaw, as this is widely considered to be more efficient use of staff and council's time. However, that's entirely up to council's discretion when we bring forward a future delegation of authority bylaw. And until that point, we'll continue to circulate these to the senior management team and bring forward these to council in reports such as this. And I'll turn it over to council.
All right, thank you very much. Council, any questions or comments? Councilor Wanko, you're leaning forward. I suggest that's probably because you're putting your hand up.
I found a location in the house where my internet works today. Everywhere else and every other computer I've tried it on, it hasn't worked, but I'm just hoping I can stay in this one little spot. I've been working on this project with the developer over the last month or so, they want to put shovels in the ground this year. So they need approval for phase 1, and the phase 2 is a later phase. But as Dr. Esplin said, this has already been approved by the district. And so anyway, we just want to formalize phase 2, but we also want to approve phase 1 so they can get shovels in the ground this year, which would be a real big bonus for Port 7 area.
And phase 1 is the next item on our agenda. Councillor Bochek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a comment. In the past, I had declared a conflict of interest on matters dealing with Port 7 Heights. In the recent past, I had sold the shares in the corporation that owned the abutting property, so I no longer have a conflict. And so I'll be staying in, just so that everyone knows, in case someone has a question.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Any other comments? I have moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Bochek. Be it resolved that Planning Council affirm administration support of the extension of a draft plan of subdivision for the Port 7 Heights Phase 2, file number S2016-1. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. So Dr. Spill, you're going to do it all over again for phase 1?
Yes, your worship, we're going to do it all over again for phase 1. It'll be a little briefer this time. So this, what you have before you now, is a report outlining administration support for the extension of draft plan of subdivision for Port 7 Heights phase 1, file number S2007-4. And the reason for support is the same reasons as for phase 2, given the proximity to the town core of Port 7 and the growing community center on Lone Pine Road. And I'll turn it over to council.
I have moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that Planning Council affirm administration's support of extension of draft plan of subdivision for Port 7 Heights Phase 1, file number S2007-4. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? And that is carried. All right. And we're having so much fun. We're going to do it almost again, a similar sort of thing, I think, but it's a different subdivision.
Yes, your worship, it is a different subdivision. Once again, so this is a report about admin's comments in support of the extension of draft plan of subdivisions for S2006-8 and S2006-9. Located on Lone Pine Road, the applicants of Monson Real Estate, and in short, administration support the application. And it is noted that once again, the location, it's along the developing community core for Port 7, and it makes a lot of sense from a planning perspective to provide support for this so that development can happen. I'll turn it over to council.
All right, I have moved by Councillor Bochek, second by Councillor Douglas. Be it resolved that the Planning Council affirm administration support for the extension of the draft plans of subdivision S2006-8 and S2006-9 for Lone Pine Road, Emerson Real Estate. Any questions or comments? Councillor Wienko.
This is a property across from the Petro-Canada station, I do believe. I don't recall, maybe you can remind me, but I don't recall this ever coming to council for any discussion in the past. How long has this been on the books for? Because I don't, does anybody else remember? Because I don't remember this ever coming to council.
The
I'm getting
plans
old
of,
anyway. So that may be the reason.
plans of subdivision are dated more than 15 years ago, 2006. So it's been a while. The original at least has
Okay,
been
well-
around for a while.
So, but was it maybe has it come since 2006? I don't recall it.
Any idea?
It would have had to have,
Yeah.
through your worship. The property did change hands at one point, and as part of the attachments, there is one that was shown that was approved by an Ontario Municipal Board decision issued on August 13th, 2009. And I'm just scrolling through the package here, and
Yeah, I show 2009 on some stamping on the documents too.
yep, 2009. And then it was updated again on October 12th, 2017, in January 21st, 2020. It might not have come forward. Might not have come forward, but
yeah, it might have gone to the district. Just to keep in mind, and I'm going to approve it because I think it's important that we approve it. But keep in mind, and again, I'm going back by memory, but I thought at the district they passed a resolution that if approvals go on beyond a 10-year period, then new environmental studies had to be done. Are you aware of that time frame of 10 years from the first approval to extensions for up to 10 years, and then you have to do more environmental studies? Are you aware of anything like that?
Through Mayor Coates here to Councillor Renko, for more recent applications, the district has put in a policy to that effect. It doesn't apply to some of our older subdivisions.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Jarvis.
Of course, not knowing all the background on this, having it been in 2009 when it was last reviewed, is it possible to get I guess, more comprehensive, or sorry, within all the paperwork, I've read all through it, I'll admit that, but is there a comprehensive enough information in that package you gave us that we can sort of align ourselves with what's going on here?
Okay, so through Mayor Coates here, so there might be a couple issues at play here. Administration at the time between 2009 and the present may have assumed delegation of authority. So what has happened is we can provide a detailed, and it is normal practice for the district to provide a detailed history when they issue an approval for an extension. That can be obtained from the district. To answer your question, Councillor Jarvis, with respect to the detailed history,
I wouldn't mind.
So it has been approved in the past. I can't speak to what practices and business processes township staff may have had in the past. As stated with the earlier presentation, the acting CAO and I were looking to firm things up and have a better business process, either through formally consulting with council, as we are right now, seeking their affirmation, or through delegation of authority. So we recognize there may be some gaps, and we're seeking to address them.
So if I'm reluctant at the moment to follow through on this without having the background. And we got to keep in mind that since 2009, anyway, if not 2006 or whatever, bylaws, new bylaws have been enacted, bylaws have been changed. The circumstances for this development may be, though unlikely, could be drastically different than they were when it was first approved. I think we should probably have a closer look at it.
So just for council's benefit, before any further action would happen on this development, there'd be additional Planning Act applications that would be required. One of the things that we would be looking at would be updating the subdivision agreements, including the master subdivision agreement that would apply for this. And see Ms. Boutiette, the acting CAO, has her hand up.
Ms. Boutiette.
Through your worship, I was just going to explain in layman's terms exactly what Dr. Espilla just mentioned. The draft subdivision agreement in very layman's term is just an intent to build a subdivision. All of the real meat and potatoes come in the master subdivision agreement, which we're not at that stage yet. And it's similar with staff comments. We usually don't have a lot of comments at the draft subdivision agreement because there's no detail. We don't know what they're going to build or how close they will build to each other. There's no plans besides, you know, draft lines of where they would subdivide. So at this stage, it's just extending the intent to build a subdivision, which was already approved in the past. So that's the way I understand it in very layman's terms.
Councilor Jarvis, you follow up?
Let me just follow up. Can we get a quick, at that time when you come back to us or give us some background, wouldn't mind having some background on the ownership history of the land. I mean, I would think that if we wanted land, so if we had sold land to be developed, would we not have put some sort of covenant in about a time period over which that land can be developed? I'm wondering if that land's probably worth significantly more than it was when it was first imagined that it would be developed in the way that it is. I could be wrong.
But Councilor Jarvis, the land isn't yours or the township's.
It may have been.
Not
mine, but the townships.
So what we're looking at, Mayor Cruz here, so what we're looking at today is to extend draft approval so that future work could proceed with respect to the subdivision, so that future Planning Act applications can come forward.
All I can tell you is the name on the declarant at 2006, when this was set up, is the same name that's on the file right now. So the ownership, I don't believe, has changed in the last 15 plus years.
Mr. Mayor, and I would be agreeable to that, but who owned it before then? Sorry, I just think that when land, if we were selling land, and we have, to be developed, do we not put a limitation on how, within what period the land can be developed, or shouldn't we be doing that? We don't want it sitting, you know, fallow for 40 years while people wait for the property values to go up.
But we can't do it 15 years, 16 years retroactively.
No, I'm not suggesting we do, but there might have been something put in place at the time it was sold.
Ms. Boutier.
Through you, your worship, I would propose that if any member of council has any specific questions after they have read the report and the related extension agreement, that they forward it directly to Dr. Espilla and CC myself, and we would be happy to follow up with a subsequent report.
Councilor Bocek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do remember this coming. I know the owner of the property. I do remember this coming just as it is this coming to us today, just renewing what we're renewing today. There's been no advancement with it. And every so often, if you haven't taken out permits or anything, then this needs to be renewed so that you don't lose what you've already done. It's just really an in-house thing should happen, but council needs to hear it, that's all. But I do know the owners, and I do know this is, I think when Mayor Braid was the mayor, this came before us, and it was just a simple, this is the property and we're extending it for another number of years. I think you'll find that in the records.
And clearly, based on what was given in our file, it went through the OMB, as it was then called, back in 2009. Okay. Do I need to, I don't know if I read the resolution or not. I thought I had, but I did, because then Councilor Jarvis has some questions. Council, do you need me to read the resolution another time? All those in favor? And that is carried. All right. Under new business, we have a couple of items. The first one being Port Severn Heights subdivision approval. There's a memo and authorization. for us to consider. And if I can get myself down to it. I don't know who is leading this particular item.
Mayor Couture can speak to this item. This is the district's approval notice for Port 7 Heights Phase 2 that was a report that we just brought forward to get affirmed by council.
Okay, oh, this is something that council, who put this on under new business? Was that Councilor Wienko originally? Before, no?
What does the resolution say?
I
have a
have a
resolution
blank
on
piece
this?
of paper.
I think we've already approved it. So what do we?
Yeah, I mean, so
District
I'm not
letter
sure.
after district approved.
Ms. Boutier.
Yes, so this originally circulated part of the CIP package, and Councillor Wienko had requested that it be pulled, and then subsequently I had directed Dr. Espilla to write reports about these two extension applications. Therefore, yes, we have discussed this already. However, because it was asked to be pulled, it was added to the agenda.
So
okay, I'll withdraw it.
Okay. Objectives achieved. In other words, good. Now we also have 9B, wetlands protection. Ms. Boutier, do you want to speak to this matter?
Yes, absolutely. So I sent an email this morning just in terms of transparency to advise council that we are deep into a grant application that is very possible that it happens. And the details are that this is for some monies. I'm not privy to give the details in a council meeting in terms of the project, because most of these projects, if approved, have a clause that we don't talk about them till they're publicly announced by the ministry who is awarding the grant. Therefore, I'm not 100% sure in how much detail I can go about the questions that council may have today.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. And I was the person that asked to have this added. And I did read the email, and it came to my sort of noggin that, this looks like interesting and substantial funding. And we have one of Ontario's more experienced experts on wetlands, Dr. Pat Chow-Fraser, doing work in our township. But I don't see any funding that might go to somebody like that. And I'm raising that as a specter for whoever's putting this application together to maybe give consideration to the work that presently is coming out of our budget into this, but perhaps an expanded program with Dr. Pat Chow-Fraser, because her study of wetlands is she's been doing it for 20 years in our province, in our township, and has extensive experience in wetland work. So is there any reason that we wouldn't give consideration to the work that Dr. Pat Chow-Fraser is doing?
I can answer that in the sense that when I first became aware of this potential funding, that was one of the first things I proposed. But they decided that they wanted what they called capital restoration projects, not monitoring, not preservation, and not, they wanted what they called capital and restoration. So by their definitions, a number of suggestions I made to them failed.
So I just to sort of close that one off, I wonder if it doesn't, so it's basically All right. I can think of a couple of things. We also have, as far as capital projects you're talking about, we are trying to get funding for an education center. That's a capital project.
But it's not restoring a wetland directly.
Well, the studies would, out of this institution, would be restoring wetlands.
Yeah,
Doesn't
but it's
fit.
not shovel in the ground, as the expression goes, projects that could happen this summer, restoring a wetland.
Would it make any, one final question, would it make any sense to have a discussion with Mary Muter and Pat Chow Fraser and see if they have any thoughts?
I would say at this point, no, because we're very close to finalizing the application.
I just don't want to miss an opportunity to help the people that are really doing the work in our township on this sort of thing.
Well, and I fully appreciate that, because I can assure you, prior to Christmas, I was working very hard in that direction. But when you're dealing with government ministries, they sometimes have ideas that are quite different.
Thank you.
Councilor Wojcik.
I think this is great. I'm just wondering if what they're trying to get across is shovels in the ground, boots on the ground. We sponsor and fund a group that does a lot of work in the wetlands, mediating Phragmites. You know, can part of this money be used to further fund that group?
Yes,
Great, thank you.
they're partners in this. Any other questions? Oh, sorry, Councilor Wienko. Your hand's just disappearing into your wall in the background.
I got a serious question in the joke. I would like to see a little diagram of where this path is going to be through the Oak Bay golf course. Is this going to be through the Oak Bay? I'm just wondering if this trail will help me get some of my golf balls back.
I'm not sure that'll help, but Ms. Boutier.
Through your worship, without saying too much, an email was sent to council to detail the project. We're not privy to be talking about any of the projects at the council level at this time until we are approved and the funding is formally announced, and a further report will come to council with all of the details.
Councilor Cooper.
I'd just like to comment that I think in the email, it sort of details, even though we're not revealing it here, it does reveal in the email what one of the projects is. It's pretty clear. Thank you.
All right.
In other words, restoration. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. With that, ladies and gentlemen, the next resolution I have in front of me is moved by Councillor Douglas, second by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved, the Planning Council adopts bylaw 2022-Karen 19 to confirm the proceedings of the February 15th, 2022 council meeting. All those in favor? And that is carried. Moved by Councillor Douglas, seconded by Councillor Wienko. Be it resolved that Planning Council does now adjourn at 2:34 p.m. until March 15th, 2022 at 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair. All those in favor? And that is carried. So next on our calendars will be a special council meeting. Ms. Way, I'm presuming you want us to go into, use the other link to get to that. So why don't we link up at 2:45 for our special council meeting? And the link was sent out first thing this morning. So we will see you in 9 minutes. Thank you.